Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
10 subtle ways your friends are using you and how to deal with this problem. Friendships are one of life's greatest gifts. They provide us with joy, support, and the companionship we crave in a chaotic world. At their core, true friendships are built on mutual trust and respect, a balance of giving and receiving that enriches both lives. But not all friendships are as balanced as they appear. Some relationships can take a subtle, toxic turn, where one party exploits the other's goodwill. What makes these situations so difficult to detect is their quiet nature. Manipulation often wears a mask of normalcy. This isn't to suggest that every friend who asks for a favor is using you, or that the occasional misstep is malicious. We're all imperfect, and friendships naturally ebb and flow. However, when the imbalance becomes a pattern, when you feel more drained than uplifted, it's time to pause and reflect. Are you being valued, or are you merely being used? The purpose of this guide is not to sow distrust, but to help you recognize subtle red flags in friendships. It's about fostering awareness so you can make wise decisions about the relationships you nurture. While it's important to be kind and forgiving, it's equally vital to protect your energy and respect yourself. Approach these signs with a level head and a fair heart. Stoicism teaches us to judge actions, not intentions, and to remain calm in the face of discomfort. Use this wisdom to assess your friendships objectively. If you find evidence of imbalance, you owe it to yourself to take action, not in anger or haste, but with quiet dignity and firm resolve. After all, a wise person knows the value of their time and spirit and will not waste it on relationships that lack reciprocity. 1. Only contacting you when they need something. A true friendship thrives on mutual interest and shared experiences, but if a friend only appears when they need something, a favor, advice, or money, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. These interactions might initially seem harmless, even natural, but when they become the foundation of your connection, it's a sign of imbalance. Imagine a friend who calls you only to vent about their problems or ask for your help moving apartments. While you're happy to support them, you notice a pattern. Once their need is met, they disappear until the next crisis. Over time, this one-sided dynamic begins to weigh on you, leaving you feeling like a resource rather than a valued individual. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what we can control. You cannot control another's intentions, but you can control how you respond. Reflect on the friendship with honesty. Does this person engage with you for who you are, or merely for what you provide? If the latter, it's essential to recognize the pattern and decide how much energy you're willing to invest. A wise person values their time and energy, offering it to those who reciprocate. It doesn't mean cutting people off at the first sign of selfishness, but setting boundaries. Start by being less available for their requests and observe their reaction. Genuine friends will adjust, showing interest in your life. Those who are using you will likely fade away. Both outcomes bring clarity, allowing you to invest your energy where it is truly appreciated. 2. Never being available. When you need help or support. Friendship is a two-way street. While it's natural for one person to need more support at times, the overall balance should reflect mutual care. A friend who is consistently unavailable when you need help yet expects you to be their rock, is demonstrating a concerning lack of reciprocity. Picture this scenario. You've been there for a friend through their tough breakup, offering a listening ear and advice late into the night. Months later, when you're struggling at work and reach out, they're too busy or dismissive of your struggles. Over time, these repeated absences erode trust and make you feel unvalued. In Stoic philosophy, relationships should foster harmony and growth. If someone constantly takes without giving back, they disrupt this balance. This doesn't mean expecting tit-for-tat gestures, but recognizing that a true friend will show up when it matters, even if it's inconvenient for them. Address the issue with quiet courage. Instead of making accusations, share how you feel. For example, "I've noticed I'm often there for you, but when I need help, it feels like you're unavailable. Can we talk about this?" Their response will reveal the depth of their care for you. If the imbalance persists, take solace in the wisdom that not all friendships are meant to last. Invest your energy in those who genuinely support you, remembering that you deserve relationships that uplift, not drain, your spirit. 3. Frequently cancelling plans, unless it's convenient for them. We all lead busy lives, and plans occasionally fall through. However, if a friend consistently cancels on you, unless it suits their convenience, it signals a lack of respect for your time and the relationship. Consider this. You've planned a coffee date, rearranged your schedule, and looked forward to catching up. Hours before meeting, they cancel, citing vague reasons or suggesting rescheduling at a time more convenient for them. This becomes a pattern, with them dictating the terms of your interactions. Over time, it feels as though your time and effort are inconsequential to them. A Stoic approach to such behavior involves recognizing what this says about their values. Actions, not words, reveal true character. If a friend repeatedly prioritizes their convenience over your shared commitments, they may not value the friendship as you do. Address the issue with calm firmness. Mention the pattern and how it affects you. "I've noticed plans are often cancelled, and it feels like my time isn't valued. Can we find a way to make our meetups work for both of us?" A genuine friend will acknowledge this and work to improve. Should they continue to prioritize convenience over commitment, take it as a sign to focus your time on relationships that respect and value you. Life is too short to waste on those who fail to recognize the importance of shared time and connection. 4. Manipulating you into feeling guilty to meet their demands. A true friend respects your choices and boundaries. However, someone who uses guilt to manipulate you into meeting their demands is exploiting your kindness. Guilt tripping is a subtle yet potent form of control that preys on your sense of obligation. Imagine this scenario. You've declined a favor because you're stretched too thin, but your friend responds with statements like, "I thought you were the one person I could count on," or, "If you really cared, you'd help me." These words aren't a genuine appeal. They're a tool to coerce you into compliance while disregarding your feelings or capacity. Stoic wisdom teaches us to separate what is in our control from what isn't. You cannot control someone else's attempt to manipulate, but you can control how you respond. Recognize that guilt tripping reflects their insecurity or self-centeredness. It is not a reflection of your worth or loyalty. When confronted with guilt-driven demands, pause and reflect. Are you saying yes because you want to, or because you feel coerced? Politely but firmly assert your boundaries. "I care about you, but I can't help this time. I hope you understand." A genuine friend will respect your limits. A manipulator may persist or react negatively, revealing their true intentions. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Stoicism reminds us to act in alignment with reason and integrity, not out of fear or guilt. By standing firm, you protect your sense of self and encourage healthier dynamics in all your relationships. 5. Borrowing money or items and never returning them. Lending a hand or a few dollars is a natural part of friendships. But when a friend repeatedly borrows money or items without returning them, it signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for your trust and resources. Picture this: a friend frequently forgets to pay you back after borrowing money or holds on to things you've lent them indefinitely, despite reminders. Over time, this pattern erodes trust and leaves you feeling used. While occasional forgetfulness is human, repeated occurrences suggest carelessness or entitlement. A Stoic approach involves managing your expectations. Marcus Aurelius advised us to act virtuously without expecting the same in return. However, there is wisdom in protecting yourself from exploitation. Lending something with the expectation of never seeing it again can be freeing. It eliminates disappointment. That said, if the borrowing becomes a habit, it's crucial to address it. Communicate openly, yet calmly. I've noticed that when I lend you things, they don't always come back. Let's make sure this doesn't become a pattern. Observe their response. A genuine friend will apologize and make amends, while someone who is using you may become defensive or dismissive. In the future, consider limiting what you lend or setting clear terms. Protecting your resources doesn't make you selfish, it shows you value your own well-being. A wise person understands that trust, once broken, must be rebuilt with actions, not empty promises. 6. Taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. True friends celebrate your achievements and acknowledge your contributions. However, some people subtly steal the spotlight, taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. This behavior not only undermines your efforts, but also reveals their insecurity. Imagine working on a project together, pouring your heart into it, only for your friend to present it as their own during a meeting. Or perhaps you shared a creative idea in confidence, only to hear them recount it as their original thought in a group setting. While they may excuse it as harmless, it chips away at the trust in your relationship. Stoicism teaches us to remain indifferent to external validation and focus on internal integrity. While accolades are gratifying, they should never define your self-worth. Still, it's essential to address disrespect when it arises to preserve healthy dynamics. Call out the behavior tactfully. I noticed you mentioned the idea we discussed, but it wasn't clear it was something we worked on together. Watch their reaction. A true friend will acknowledge the oversight and correct it. Someone using you may downplay or justify their actions. Going forward, protect your ideas by setting boundaries. Share sensitive information selectively and clarify your expectations up front. Remember, recognition from others may fade, but the wisdom of acting with integrity remains. Value yourself enough to demand respect and seek friends who honor your efforts and contributions without envy or deceit. 7. Exploiting your skills or resources without reciprocation. A friendship should be a balance of giving and receiving, but some friends use your unique skills or resources for their own benefit without offering anything in return. While helping out occasionally is normal, constant exploitation indicates a lack of respect for your time and talents. Consider this: a friend frequently asks for free graphic design help, access to your network, or advice in your area of expertise. While they're quick to call when they need something, they rarely show interest in your life or offer to help in return. Over time, you begin to feel like a service provider rather than a valued friend. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the value of reciprocity in relationships. Epictetus reminds us to focus on what aligns with our values. If a friendship feels transactional, it may be time to reevaluate whether it reflects your principles. Helping others is virtuous, but not at the cost of being taken for granted. Set boundaries with clarity and grace. Politely decline unnecessary requests. I'd love to help, but I'm focusing on my own commitments right now. Observe how they respond. A true friend will understand and respect your time. Someone using you may push back or guilt trip you. Seek relationships where your generosity is matched by genuine appreciation and reciprocity. Your skills and resources are valuable, and a wise person shares them with those who respect and honor their worth. 8. Using you as an emotional dumping ground. Sharing emotions is a cornerstone of deep friendships, but it becomes problematic when one friend offloads their struggles while disregarding the other's feelings. If a friend consistently uses you as an emotional dumping ground, they may be taking advantage of your empathy. Imagine a friend who calls you after every argument with their partner, venting for hours without pausing to ask how you're doing. When you try to share your struggles, they quickly steer the conversation back to themselves or dismiss your concerns. Over time, this one-sided emotional exchange leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. Stoicism encourages us to remain calm in the face of others' emotions, but it also reminds us to protect our own peace. You can't pour from an empty cup. If a friendship becomes an emotional burden, it's time to set limits. Gently bring up the imbalance. I value our talks, but I've noticed we mostly focus on your challenges. I'd love for us to support each other more evenly. A genuine friend will appreciate this and adjust their behavior. If not, consider how much energy you want to invest in the relationship. Prioritize your emotional well-being by seeking friendships where support flows both ways. A wise person knows that true connection involves listening as much as sharing and values relationships that nourish rather than deplete their spirit. 9. Being excessively competitive or jealous. Healthy friendships celebrate mutual success, but when a friend is overly competitive or subtly jealous, it undermines the relationship. This behavior often manifests as backhanded compliments, subtle one-upmanship, or minimizing your achievements. Picture this. You share exciting news about a promotion, only for your friend to respond with, "That's great, but my new role has way more perks." Or perhaps they point out minor flaws in your accomplishments like, "Congrats on your marathon. I bet you'd do even better if you train like I do." These comments leave you feeling deflated instead of celebrated. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own progress and not compare ourselves to others. However, it also emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who uplift us. A competitive or jealous friend often projects their insecurities, creating an environment that stifles rather than supports. Address the behavior calmly. I've noticed that when I share my successes, the conversation shifts to comparisons. I value your input, but I'd also love to feel celebrated. A true friend will acknowledge this and make an effort to change. Seek friends who share your joys and motivate you to grow. True strength lies in fostering relationships that encourage collaboration and mutual respect, not competition. 10. Showing a lack of interest in your life. Friendship is a shared journey, but when a friend shows little interest in your life unless it benefits them, it reflects a lack of genuine care. This behavior often manifests as shallow conversations, forgetfulness about important details, or steering discussions toward their needs. Imagine sharing exciting news about a personal milestone, only for your friend to reply with a distracted, "That's nice," before launching into their own stories. Or worse, they only seem engaged when they need something from you. Over time, this disregard for your experiences can make the relationship feel hollow. A Stoic perspective encourages self-respect and the pursuit of meaningful connections. Marcus Aurelius advised focusing on what enriches our lives and letting go of what doesn't. If a friend consistently shows disinterest, ask yourself whether their presence aligns with your values. Raise the issue tactfully. I've noticed that we don't talk much about what's happening in my life. I'd love for us to connect more deeply. Their response will reveal their true investment in the friendship. Invest your energy in relationships where mutual interest and care are evident. Surround yourself with friends who not only hear you but truly listen, for such connections are the foundation of a fulfilling life. A wise person values relationships that honor both parties, fostering growth and connection in equal measure. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Recognizing subtle signs of being used is the first step, but addressing these behaviors requires courage, clarity, and self-respect. Friendships are meant to nurture and uplift, not drain your energy or diminish your worth. Here are constructive ways to handle these situations while preserving your peace and dignity. 1. Recognize patterns and reflect on the relationship's balance. Begin by observing the dynamics of the relationship. Is it consistently one-sided, with you giving more than you receive? Are you left feeling unappreciated or invisible? Reflection, a key Stoic practice, helps you detach from emotions and assess the situation rationally. Journaling your experiences can bring clarity and highlight recurring patterns that might have gone unnoticed. 2. Set clear boundaries and communicate openly. Boundaries are essential for healthy relationships. Politely but firmly communicate your feelings and needs. For example, if a friend frequently cancels plans, say, "I value our time together and would appreciate more commitment to our meetups." Setting boundaries doesn't make you unkind, it shows you respect yourself. 3. Test the friendship. If you're unsure of their intentions, test the relationship by asking for support. A genuine friend will rise to the occasion, while someone using you may find excuses or deflect. For instance, ask for help with a task you typically handle for them and observe their reaction. This small test often reveals the true depth of their care. 4. Practice self-care and redirect your energy. Focusing on yourself is not selfish, it's essential. Engage in hobbies, pursue personal goals, and build connections with those who truly value you. Surrounding yourself with supportive, positive people will naturally help you distance yourself from toxic dynamics. Remember, a wise person prioritizes their well-being and avoids relationships that drain their spirit. 5. Seek support if needed. If these situations weigh heavily on you, seek counsel from trusted friends or a professional. Sometimes, an objective perspective can provide insight and strength. Discussing your feelings openly can help you make decisions with clarity and confidence. By addressing these issues with calm resolve and self-respect, you honor your own worth. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity and align our actions with our values. You have the power to choose relationships that reflect mutual respect and care, creating space for those who truly deserve a place in your life. Friendships are among the most enriching parts of life, but only when they are built on respect, trust, and reciprocity. Recognizing the subtle ways someone might be using you is not about fostering suspicion, but about ensuring your relationships are healthy and balanced. As you navigate these dynamics, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Focus on what you can control: your actions, your boundaries, and your choices. Let go of relationships that undermine your peace and invest in those that uplift and inspire you. By valuing yourself, you naturally attract connections that reflect that value. Ultimately, the strength of a friendship lies not in its longevity, but in its quality. Prioritize relationships that honor mutual growth, kindness, and respect. True friends will celebrate your successes, support you in struggles, and cherish you for who you are, not for what you can provide. A wise life is one surrounded by meaningful connections, and you deserve nothing less. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and insights. Your support helps us create content that inspires and empowers. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you experienced any of these subtle signs in your friendships? Share your takeaways or personal stories in the comments below. Let's keep the conversation going and help each other build stronger, healthier connections.
Have you ever wondered why some of the wisest and most resilient individuals in history seem to hold a certain enigmatic aura? What secrets did the Stoics, those ancient sages, guard so closely that allowed them to live with such profound tranquility and strength? In a world where oversharing has become the norm, the wisdom of Stoicism offers a refreshing counterpoint, teaching us that sometimes the most powerful path to inner peace and personal growth lies in what we choose to keep private. Welcome to this exploration of 15 subjects the Stoics believed should be held close to the chest. These timeless principles not only protect our inner world from external judgment, but also cultivate a deeper, more resilient self. As we journey through these teachings, you'll discover how guarding certain aspects of your life can lead to greater wisdom, serenity, and authenticity. Stay with us until the end to uncover how these ancient insights can transform your modern life, guiding you to a path of true fulfillment and inner strength. Number 1. Personal relationships. In the realm of personal relationships, discretion is a virtue that the Stoics cherish deeply. Sharing intimate details about our relationships can lead to misunderstandings and judgments from others, which in turn can weaken the bonds we hold dear and cause unnecessary conflicts. The Stoics understood that relationships are sacred spaces where trust and mutual respect flourish. By broadcasting our personal affairs, we invite external opinions that may not always be rooted in understanding or empathy. Consider a tender plant growing in a secluded garden. It thrives in privacy, shielded from harsh weather and prying eyes. Similarly, personal relationships blossom when nurtured away from the public gaze. The Stoics believed that true growth in relationships comes from within, from the silent and steady nurturing of love and respect. External validation or commentary can often distort our perception, making us question the very foundation of our bonds. In a world where sharing every aspect of our lives has become the norm, the Stoic approach urges us to take a step back, reflect on the sanctity of your relationships. Protect them as you would protect your most cherished possession. Silence in this context is not secrecy, but a shield that guards the purity of your bonds. It is an act of wisdom to choose discretion over disclosure, to cherish the moments of connection without the interference of the outside world. By keeping our personal relationships private, we preserve their integrity and strength. We allow them to flourish naturally, without the pressure of external judgments. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that the most profound connections are often those that are nurtured in silence, away from the public eye. In this way, we honor the depth and significance of our relationships, ensuring they remain resilient and enduring. Number 2, unlearned lessons. Mistakes are universal. We all encounter failures along our journey. However, how we respond to these failures truly defines our character. The Stoics saw these moments not as reasons for despair, but as opportunities for revelation and growth. In our contemporary society, there is often pressure to project an image of perfection, showcasing our triumphs while hiding our defeats. Yet the Stoic approach teaches us a different way, to embrace our mistakes as maps for self-development. By choosing to keep unlearned lessons private, the Stoics were not evading their responsibilities or hiding from their failures. Instead, they were engaging in a deep and intimate process of reflection. Each failure was not seen as an end, but as a beginning, a new chapter in the ongoing quest for virtue and wisdom. Like an artist who turns a mistake into a crucial part of their work, the Stoics turned their failures into foundations for growth. In a world where oversharing and overexposure are common, the Stoic stance reminds us of the value of introspection and the dignity of silence. By not publicly sharing every misstep, we allow ourselves the space to understand and internalize the lessons. This private reflection fosters a more profound personal growth as we learn to navigate our lives with greater wisdom and resilience. Embracing this Stoic principle means recognizing the power of silent self-improvement. It is an acknowledgement that true strength lies not in the absence of failure, but in our ability to learn and grow from it. By keeping our unlearned lessons private, we protect the sacred process of personal transformation, allowing ourselves to emerge wiser and more virtuous. Number 3, good deeds. True kindness, according to the Stoics, should be like a gentle candle that silently illuminates a dark room. It warms and lights up everything around it without seeking recognition or applause. In a world driven by self-promotion and public validation, the Stoic perspective on good deeds is a refreshing reminder of genuine altruism. The Stoics believed that the essence of kindness lies in its quiet and subtle nature. Acts of compassion and generosity should stem from a sincere desire to do good, not from a need for external validation. By broadcasting our good deeds, we risk turning them into spectacles, seeking the fleeting warmth of applause rather than the enduring glow of true benevolence. Keeping our good deeds cloaked in anonymity provides us with a sacred moment of reflection and pause. It allows us to question whether our actions were motivated by genuine compassion or a desire for praise. This introspective analysis becomes a catalyst for personal improvement, guiding us towards more authentic and selfless acts of kindness. The Stoic wisdom envelops us with its essence, reminding us that often the greatest acts of kindness are those offered without expecting anything in return. By keeping our good deeds private, we cultivate a deeper connection with our values and principles. We learn to act out of pure intent, fostering a sense of inner tranquility and fulfillment. In embracing this Stoic principle, we recognize that true kindness does not seek the spotlight. It manifests in quiet, authentic gestures that enrich our lives and the lives of others. This timeless wisdom encourages us to be guardians of our own integrity, performing acts of compassion with humility and grace. Number 4, deepest dreams. Imagine holding a rare and delicate seed in the palm of your hand, representing your most intimate dreams and aspirations. How would you protect it from the harsh winds and storms that could prevent it from sprouting? The Stoics, with their profound wisdom, saw our goals and dreams as these precious seeds, destined to be planted in the fertile depths of our souls, far from the storms of others' opinions and criticisms. Exposing our dreams to the world too early can be detrimental. The cold of skepticism or the heat of ridicule can extinguish the flame of a dream prematurely. The Stoics celebrated self-sufficiency as an invaluable gem. True wisdom and accomplishment are not chalices to be displayed, but internal wells from which one can always draw strength and purpose. Choosing silence about our grand goals is not an act of shyness, but a deliberate choice to walk with humility, avoiding the pride that sometimes blinds us. The Stoic legacy speaks to the heart, teaching us that there's no need to shout our dreams from mountaintops. Instead, we should protect them, cultivate them, and watch them flourish in their silent and majestic glory. This safeguard is an invitation to rediscover the strength that resides within us. It reminds us that at times, the most precious treasures are those we keep just for ourselves. By keeping our deepest dreams private, We allow them to develop at their own pace, free from external interference. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to nurture our aspirations in a safe environment, ensuring their growth and fulfillment. Number 5, next steps. Picture a chess master moving their pieces silently while their opponents attempt to decipher their next moves. This is the path of the Stoics. They understood that by revealing every move in their lives, they could be subject to the whimsical winds of external judgment, often laden with criticism, envy, and even malicious intentions. At the heart of Stoic philosophy lies the virtue of self-sufficiency. Why depend on the fleeting applause of an audience when true strength resides in the inner theater of the mind? By keeping their life strategies to themselves, the Stoics were not simply concealing their plans, but strengthening their inner core of confidence, independent of the tides of opinion that flow around them. This leads us to humility, a subtle yet profound quality that the Stoics fervently upheld. Revealing grand strategies could easily be interpreted as a cry of arrogance, a triumphant announcement of superiority. By choosing discretion, they struck a balance between ambition and humility, ensuring that their steps were steady but not presumptuous. The Stoic tradition presents us with a rich perspective on the value of secrecy. It teaches us that protecting our goals is more than just a strategy. It is a way to fortify our being, to honor our self-sufficiency, and to walk with humility in a world where external validation seems to be the currency. The Stoics invite us to look inward, find our internal compass, and tread our own path with confidence and wisdom. Number 6, criticizing others. Criticizing others is like throwing stones into a calm lake, creating ripples that disturb the serenity of the water. The Stoics understood that engaging in judgments and criticisms was a diversion from their own internal mirror, wasting precious energy on matters beyond their sphere of influence. Instead of pointing fingers, the Stoics chose to extend a hand, guiding themselves with empathy and compassion. They recognized that every person is a universe filled with internal and external battles, joys and sorrows, victories and defeats. Criticizing another person would be a failure to acknowledge the richness and complexity of the human condition. The Stoics realized that criticism, instead of building bridges, often erected walls, leading to discord and separation rather than peace and harmony. Stoic wisdom sends us a clear and timeless message. We must be guardians of our words and thoughts. Instead of focusing on the faults of others, let's turn our gaze to our own reflection, seeking growth and virtue within ourselves. In a world where criticism is easily launched, Stoic teachings inspire us to embrace understanding, acceptance, and kindness. By choosing to refrain from criticizing others, we foster a culture of empathy and respect. We cast stones of empathy into the lake of humanity, appreciating the waves of positivity they generate. This approach not only enhances our own tranquility, but also contributes to a more harmonious and compassionate world. Number 7, the doubts and uncertainties. Picture yourself in a vast forest where each tree represents a doubt and each shadow an uncertainty. Instead of shouting your hesitation to the world, you choose silent introspection, seeking answers within your own soul. This is the path of the Stoics. At the core of Stoic philosophy is the recognition that confidence isn't a flag to be waved in front of the world, but an inner beacon that guides our way. Constantly revealing our doubts to the world is like exposing a lighthouse to a torrential rain. It can silently extinguish the light of our inner strength. The Stoics believed that true confidence is found in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By bearing all uncertainties, we can strip the soul of its dignity and solidity. making us vulnerable to the shifting opinions and judgments of others. Therefore, always choose when and with whom you will share your vulnerabilities. While many seek answers in the clamor of the external world, the Stoics understood the importance of silence and introspection. They believed that often the answers to the deepest questions resonate in the quiet chambers of the heart and mind. By harboring certain uncertainties, we cultivate deeper reflection and a more intimate connection with our essence. In summary, Stoic wisdom whispers precious advice amidst the storms of doubt. There's no need to shout your uncertainties to the world. By embracing silence, modesty, and introspection, we find a safe route through the forest of uncertainties, guided by the internal beacon of our confidence and understanding. Number 8, health issues. Health is a deeply personal and often delicate matter. Sharing health problems can sometimes draw unwanted sympathy or concern, which may not always be beneficial. The Stoics, ever wise in their approach to life, understood the importance of managing health issues privately, allowing for a more focused and resilient approach to overcoming challenges. In the Stoic view, health is a part of the natural ebb and flow of life, subject to the same principles of acceptance and equanimity that apply to all other aspects of existence. By keeping health matters private, we avoid the pitfalls of public pity or misguided advice, which can distract from the true task at hand, maintaining a balanced and composed mind while addressing physical ailments. Consider the metaphor of a tree weathering a storm. It bends and sways, but remains rooted and resilient. Similarly, managing health issues privately allows us to maintain our inner strength and focus. It fosters a sense of self-reliance and determination, qualities that are crucial in navigating the trials of illness. Furthermore, the Stoics believed that true resilience is built in the quiet, steadfast handling of adversity. By not sharing every detail of our health struggles, we preserve our energy and direct it towards healing and self-improvement. This approach cultivates a mindset of inner fortitude and tranquility, enabling us to face health challenges with grace and dignity. In embracing this Stoic principle, we learn to view health issues as opportunities for personal growth and reflection. We develop a deeper understanding of our bodies and minds, fostering a harmonious balance that supports overall well-being. This Stoic wisdom reminds us that true strength lies in our ability to face life's challenges with quiet resilience and unwavering composure. Number 9, financial status. Discussing one's financial situation, whether it is wealth or lack thereof, can incite envy or pity, neither of which are conducive to personal tranquility. The Stoics, who valued inner peace above all else, understood that financial matters should be managed quietly and with discretion to maintain a balanced and content life. In the Stoic perspective, true wealth is not measured by the accumulation of material possessions, but by the richness of one's character and the tranquility of one's soul. Broadcasting our financial status can lead to unnecessary comparisons and judgments, which distract us from cultivating inner virtue and contentment. It can also create unrealistic expectations or pressures, both from ourselves and from others. By keeping financial matters private, we avoid the traps of envy and pride. We focus instead on what truly matters, living a life of purpose and integrity. Financial ups and downs are a natural part of life's journey, and the Stoics teach us to approach them with equanimity without attaching our self-worth to external measures of success or failure. Consider the metaphor of a calm lake. Its surface may be ruffled by the wind, but its depths remain serene and undisturbed. Similarly, by maintaining discretion about our financial status, we cultivate an inner calm that is resilient to the changing tides of fortune. We learn to find satisfaction in simplicity and to appreciate the deeper, non-material aspects of life. This Stoic wisdom encourages us to focus on what we can control, our attitudes, our actions, and our inner state. By managing our financial status privately, we uphold the values of humility, prudence, and contentment, ensuring that our lives are guided by principles rather than possessions. Number 10, achievements. Displaying external triumphs can nurture ego and pride, diverting focus from true inner growth. The Stoics believed that true fulfillment was not found in public accolades, but in the quiet pursuit of wisdom and virtue. Every achievement, according to Stoic philosophy, should be an internal milestone, celebrated within rather than flaunted without. Imagine diving into the depths of your own soul. For the Stoics, the pursuit of wisdom and virtue resembled this profound journey. They believed that true fulfillment wasn't in displaying external triumphs, but in introspection and continuous evolution. Every challenge, every struggle was fought not in public arenas, but in the silent landscapes of the spirit. Discussing victories publicly can foster ego and vanity, which can become barriers to true virtue. The Stoics taught that obsession with external recognition ties us to chains of pride, trapping us in the empty pursuit of fleeting applause. This path is filled with disappointment, as external accolades are temporary and often beyond our control. However, the Stoics offered a precious teaching. True achievement isn't the one that stops to be admired, but the one that silently transforms the community, nurturing noble values like justice, compassion, and wisdom. Wealth for these ancient sages wasn't accumulated in vaults, but in the depths of a balanced and serene soul. Instead of celebrating triumphs or withering in defeat, the Stoics embraced a quiet acceptance of all the whims of life. They invited us to recognize that the dance of existence is orchestrated by melodies often beyond our control. In this remarkable silence, we find a deliberate choice, a commitment to genuine greatness. By keeping our achievements private, we focus on living with integrity and dedicating ourselves to the collective good. The legacy of the Stoics teaches us that humility, sincerity, and the ceaseless pursuit of wisdom are the true pillars of a life worth living. Number 11, resentment. Have you ever felt trapped in a web of emotions, where each thread is a bitter memory, a grudge that refuses to fade? The timeless wisdom of Stoicism invites us to reflect deeply on the invisible weight of resentment. To these ancient philosophers, harboring resentment was like an anchor, preventing the spirit from sailing freely through the seas of life. The Stoics believed that resentment is an invisible chain that binds us, limiting our freedom and inner peace. It is fascinating to realize that often resentment springs from misunderstanding and can imprison us in a cycle of bitterness. The Stoics encouraged us to seek the origins of others' actions, to understand before we judge. Forgiveness, then, is not just an altruistic gesture, but an act of profound wisdom that unravels the mysteries of the human soul and frees us from the chains of negativity. Anger and resentment are sentient poisons, flames that, when fed, consume our tranquility and well-being. On the other hand, by choosing the path of forgiveness and understanding, we find an oasis of serenity and peace. Guided by Stoic wisdom, we are reminded of a universal truth. Forgiveness is the key to our own freedom. It is a beacon that guides us through emotional storms and offers us refuge in the harbor of serenity. By embracing this lesson, we discover that at times the greatest strength lies in letting go, in freeing ourselves from the chains of the past and sailing toward a horizon of understanding and peace. Number 12, moments of solitude. While many seek to fill every second with stimuli and interactions, the Stoics found strength in quietude. They didn't view solitude as a void to be filled, but as a sanctuary where the mind could dance freely, unshackled by the opinions of others. Contrary to what many may think, the Stoics did not shun solitude. They embraced it as a time for deep reflection and connection with their inner universe. In their moments of retreat, the Stoics did not feel isolated, but connected to a rich inner world filled with insights. It was in this stillness that the deepest thoughts arose, unpolluted by external noise. In the current landscape where validation through social media has become a priority for many, Stoic philosophy invites us to reevaluate these priorities. By moving away from the constant need for exposure, we find a space where our soul can breathe. It is in this deep silence that we discover the melody of our essence, a sound that doesn't need to be shared but only felt in its purity and truth. Moments of solitude become precious opportunities to listen to our inner voice, to understand our deepest desires and fears, and to cultivate a sense of peace and purpose. Embracing solitude as a sacred space for reflection and growth allows us to strengthen our inner resilience. We learn to appreciate the value of silence and the wisdom it brings. This Stoic approach encourages us to find strength in our own company, to be comfortable with ourselves, and to draw upon the profound insights that solitude can offer. Number 13, challenges not overcome. Listen, in the Stoic path to wisdom and virtue, every step is filled with meaning. The deviations and stumbling blocks are not mere obstacles. They carve the soul, shape character, and teach about the true nature of grandeur. For the Stoics, it wasn't the visible triumph that counted, but the internal battles, often invisible, that determined a person's inner strength. However, the Stoics advised against speaking about challenges not overcome. The answer lies in their astute perception of human nature. They believed that ego and pride could cloud our vision, making us blind to true virtue. The relentless pursuit of external recognition and praise could indeed be a veil that hides our true potential. The Stoics didn't value achievements that could be easily displayed as trophies. They sought true glory in acts that elevated humanity, acts rooted in values like justice, generosity, and wisdom. Real wealth for them wasn't in the shine of gold, but in the radiance of a morally upright character and a tranquil soul. The philosophy of loving fate, or immorphati, was fundamental to this understanding. The Stoics didn't despair in the face of adversity. Instead, they balanced the taste of victory and defeat with equanimity, aware that the tapestry of life is woven with threads of circumstances often beyond our control. By keeping our struggles private, we allow ourselves the space to process and grow from them without the pressure of external judgment. Number 14, deepest plans. The understanding that there's no need to shout your plans to the world is a powerful weapon. The Stoics understood something that many of us forget. Discretion is not a weakness, but a strength. For them, every plan or goal was like a delicate seed that needed to be nurtured with care and protection. By avoiding the premature exposure of these plans, they ensured that they had the ideal environment to grow and flourish, away from the storms of doubt, envy, or public scrutiny. Today, in an age of overexposure where every move is documented and shared, Stoic philosophy invites us to rethink how we handle our ambitions. It shows us that true power often resides in what is kept secret, not because we are evasive, but because we recognize the importance of nurturing our dreams in a safe environment. Silence for the Stoics was not empty. It was full of potential, possibilities, and hope. It was the fertile ground where their dreams could grow undisturbed. Amidst the chaos of our modern era, we can find inspiration in these ancient sages. By protecting our deepest plans, we allow them to develop at their own pace, free from interference. This Stoic wisdom teaches us that true magic lies not in what we declare to the world, but in what we quietly achieve in the recesses of our determination. It is an invitation to cultivate patience and resilience, to trust in the natural unfolding of our ambitions, and to find strength in the silence that protects our most cherished dreams. Number 15, personal beliefs and values. While it is important to have strong personal beliefs and values, constantly discussing them can lead to conflicts and alienation. The Stoics believe that living by example is more powerful than proclaiming one's beliefs loudly. Our personal values are like a compass that guides our actions and decisions, shaping our character and the way we interact with the world. When we share our beliefs too openly, we risk turning them into subjects of debate and contention, rather than sources of personal strength and guidance. The Stoics taught that true conviction does not need external validation. It stands firm in the quiet confidence of one's own heart and mind. By living our values rather than broadcasting them, we demonstrate the principles we hold dear through our actions and behavior. This approach fosters a sense of inner peace and stability, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with clarity and purpose. It also encourages respect and understanding in our interactions with others, as we refrain from imposing our beliefs on those around us. Instead, we create an environment where diverse perspectives can coexist harmoniously, enriching our collective experience. In a world where beliefs and values are often shouted from every platform, the Stoic wisdom of quiet conviction serves as a powerful reminder. By keeping our personal beliefs private, we honor the sacredness of our inner compass, allowing it to guide us with unwavering strength and integrity. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on living our values authentically, inspiring others through our example rather than our words. As we've journeyed through the wisdom of the Stoics, it becomes clear that guarding certain aspects of our lives isn't about secrecy. It's about nurturing our deepest values and aspirations in a sanctuary free from external noise. By keeping these 15 subjects private, we cultivate a space where our inner strength can grow undisturbed, leading to a life of greater wisdom, tranquility, and resilience. Imagine a life where your achievements, dreams, and challenges are protected and cherished, allowing you to evolve into the best version of yourself. This is the timeless gift that Stoic philosophy offers, a path to profound personal growth and unshakable inner peace. If you found value in these insights and are inspired to apply them to your own life, I invite you to like this video and subscribe to our channel. By joining our community, you'll continue to receive powerful wisdom and practical guidance to navigate life's complexities with grace and strength. Share your thoughts in the comments below and let us know which of these Stoic principles resonated most with you. Together, let's cultivate a life of deeper meaning and enduring fulfillment. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more enlightening content from our channel. Remember, true wisdom often lies in the quiet places we protect within ourselves.
10 ways to overcome betrayal in your relationship. Betrayal. Few words cut as deeply. It feels like a dagger to the heart, shattering trust and leaving us questioning everything we thought we knew. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." While this wisdom may seem distant in the midst of pain, it reminds us of an empowering truth. Our healing begins with our response. What is betrayal in a relationship? It can take many forms: infidelity, dishonesty, emotional neglect, or even the breaking of promises. Betrayal shakes the very foundation of trust and security we build with another. And yet, within this chaos lies an opportunity for profound growth. The purpose of this video is not to minimize your pain, but to guide you through it with practical strategies rooted in wisdom and compassion. Whether you choose to repair your relationship or focus on self-healing, the steps ahead are about reclaiming your power and finding peace, no matter how difficult the path may seem. Remember, as Seneca wrote, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Healing takes time, and your journey will be unique to you. The scars betrayal leaves may never fully disappear, but they can become the marks of resilience, strength, and wisdom. This video will share 10 actionable ways to overcome betrayal, strategies designed to help you process, rebuild, and move forward with grace and clarity. No matter how broken things feel now, there is a way through. Stay with me as we explore these timeless truths and practical steps. You are stronger than you think, and the journey to healing begins today. 1. Acknowledge your feelings. When betrayal strikes, the storm of emotions can feel overwhelming. Anger, sadness, confusion, even guilt. It's tempting to suppress these feelings, to put on a stoic mask and pretend everything is fine. But true stoicism teaches us not to deny our emotions, but to observe and understand them. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Freedom begins with acknowledging the truth of how you feel. Allow yourself the space to grieve. Betrayal isn't just a wound to the relationship, it's a wound to your sense of self, your trust, and your expectations of the future. Write down your feelings, talk to a trusted friend, or simply sit with your emotions in quiet reflection. This isn't weakness, it's courage. Only by facing the storm can we begin to calm it. But there's a key distinction. While you must feel your emotions, you must not let them govern you. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Betrayal is an outside event. Your emotions are your mind's response. Acknowledge them, but don't let them consume you. Practical steps can help. Set aside a specific time each day to reflect, whether through journaling or meditation. This creates a container for your feelings, preventing them from spilling uncontrollably into every part of your life. Remind yourself that emotions, like waves, rise and fall. They do not last forever. By acknowledging your feelings, you honor your humanity and lay the groundwork for healing. It is a necessary step, a testament to your strength. Painful as it is, this process will bring clarity, and clarity is the foundation of wisdom. 2. Seek honest communication. In the aftermath of betrayal, silence often becomes a refuge, both for you and your partner. Yet silence can be a breeding ground for misunderstanding and resentment. Honest communication is painful, yes, but it's also essential. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening, truly listening, is where healing begins. Start by asking yourself what you need to understand. What questions are haunting you? What clarity do you seek? Then, create a space where both you and your partner can speak openly. Approach this conversation with courage and composure, not as a battlefield, but as a meeting of 2 flawed human beings seeking truth. However, honesty isn't just about speaking, it's also about hearing truths you may not want to face. Your partner's reasons for their betrayal may sting, but understanding their perspective, without justifying their actions, can offer insight. As Seneca wisely observed, the first step toward making the irrational rational is to understand it. Practical steps include choosing a neutral, calm moment for this discussion, ensuring there are no distractions, and setting ground rules for respectful communication. Use I statements to express how the betrayal has impacted you, such as, "I feel hurt because I trusted you with this part of me." Honest communication doesn't guarantee reconciliation, but it paves the way for clarity about your partner's intentions and your own feelings. Clarity, in turn, helps you decide whether to rebuild or release the relationship. Truth may hurt, but it is the foundation of wisdom and the first step toward peace. 3. Establish boundaries. Betrayal shakes the sense of safety in a relationship, leaving you vulnerable and exposed. To begin the process of healing, boundaries are essential. They are not walls to shut people out, but fences to protect your emotional well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Boundaries help reclaim that power. Start by identifying what you need to feel safe. Is it time apart? Is it transparency from your partner about their actions? Is it a pause on certain types of intimacy while you process your emotions? Boundaries are deeply personal and may evolve as you heal. Their purpose is not to punish your partner, but to create a space where you can begin to trust yourself again. Communicate these boundaries clearly. For example, you might say, I need you to share your whereabouts during this period because it helps rebuild trust. Or, I need some time alone to process how I feel. Boundaries must be respected to be effective, so be firm but fair in enforcing them. Seneca said, no man can have a peaceful life who thinks too much about lengthening it. Similarly, you cannot find peace if you are constantly focused on the actions of another. Boundaries shift that focus inward, giving you control over your emotional environment. Practical steps include writing down your boundaries and discussing them with your partner calmly. Recognize that boundaries are about self-respect and self-care, not control. By setting and honoring these limits, you create a framework where healing, if possible, can begin to take root. 4. Seek professional help. Betrayal is a heavy burden, and sometimes the wisest action is to seek guidance. Therapy or counseling provides a structured space where emotions can be explored and processed. As Epictetus advised, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Asking for help is not weakness. It is a brave step toward improvement. Professional help offers a neutral perspective, free from the biases of friends or family. A therapist can help you untangle the knot of emotions that betrayal creates: anger, sadness, self-doubt, and guide you toward clarity. They can also help you and your partner navigate the complexities of reconciliation if that is your goal. Couples therapy, in particular, can be invaluable. It creates a space for honest dialogue and provides tools to rebuild trust. But even if your partner is unwilling to participate, individual therapy can be just as transformative. It focuses on your healing, your growth, and your future. Practical steps include researching therapists who specialize in relationship issues or trauma and scheduling an initial session. Don't be afraid to try more than one therapist to find someone who resonates with you. Many therapists also offer virtual sessions, making it easier to prioritize this step. The journey of healing is rarely a solitary one. As Seneca wrote, no one can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility. Seeking professional help is a way of inviting wisdom, guidance, and support into your life. It is a sign of strength, not surrender. 5. Practice self-care. When betrayal leaves you emotionally depleted, self-care becomes not just important, but essential. It is the anchor that keeps you steady in the storm. As Marcus Aurelius said, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Practicing self-care is an act of reclaiming that power. Self-care is not a luxury, it's a necessity for healing. It's about tending to your emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Start with the basics. Prioritize sleep, eat nourishing foods, and move your body regularly. Physical health directly impacts emotional resilience. Activities like yoga, walking, or even deep breathing can calm the mind and reduce stress. Emotional self-care involves nurturing your inner world. Journaling can help you process your thoughts, while meditation can quiet the mental noise. Dedicate time to activities that bring you peace and joy, whether it's reading, painting, or spending time in nature. These moments remind you that life exists beyond the pain of betrayal. but self-care is also about boundaries, protecting your energy from people or situations that drain you. It's saying no when you need to and not feeling guilty about putting yourself first. Remember Seneca's wisdom: as is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Prioritize quality moments that restore you. Practical steps include creating a self-care routine, even if it's just 15 minutes a day. Start small. Drink a cup of tea mindfully. Write down 3 things you're grateful for, or take a short walk outside. These small acts of care remind you that you are worth the effort and that healing begins with nurturing yourself. 6. Avoid rushing decisions. In the aftermath of betrayal, the urge to make immediate decisions, whether to leave, forgive, or retaliate, can be overwhelming. But impulsive choices, made in the heat of emotion, often lead to regret. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Pausing allows your reaction to be thoughtful, not reactionary. Healing is a process, and clarity emerges with time. Decisions made too quickly may not align with your long-term needs and values. For example, leaving a relationship out of anger might deny you the chance to fully understand what happened, while forgiving too quickly might leave unresolved wounds festering beneath the surface. Instead, give yourself permission to pause. Reflect on what you truly want and need. Separate from the immediate pain. Consider journaling or speaking with a trusted friend or therapist to explore your feelings. Ask yourself questions like, what would a wise future version of myself advise me to do? Marcus Aurelius advised, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. By waiting, you give yourself the power to assess the betrayal from a position of strength, not vulnerability. Practical steps include setting a specific timeline for decision-making, such as revisiting the situation in a month. In the meantime, focus on self-care and reflection. By resisting the urge to rush, you honor both your healing process and your capacity for thoughtful, intentional choices. 7. Focus on rebuilding trust. If you choose to stay in the relationship, rebuilding trust is both the most challenging and the most vital step. Trust is fragile. It takes years to build, but can be shattered in an instant. However, it is not irreparable. As Seneca wrote, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Rebuilding trust requires creating a new foundation, not patching up the old one. Begin by defining what trust means to you. What actions or behaviors would help restore your confidence in your partner? Transparency is often key. This might mean regular check-ins, open communication about feelings, or a willingness to share details that rebuild accountability. But rebuilding trust is not just about your partner's actions, it's also about your willingness to allow it. Both partners must commit to the process. Your partner must demonstrate consistent effort and sincerity over time, while you must be open to the possibility of trusting again. It's a mutual journey, and it requires patience, empathy, and hard work from both sides. Practical steps include creating a trust-building plan together. This could involve agreeing on boundaries, discussing triggers, or even attending therapy together to navigate the process. Keep the focus on progress, not perfection. Small, consistent actions matter more than grand gestures. Remember, trust is not just about the other person. It's also about trusting yourself. Trust that you have the strength and wisdom to navigate this path, whether it leads to reconciliation or not. As Marcus Aurelius said, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Embody the trust and integrity you seek, and let your actions reflect your values. 8. Surround yourself with supportive people. Betrayal can feel isolating, as if the world has shrunk to the pain you're experiencing. But as Marcus Aurelius reminds us, we were born for cooperation. Leaning on others during this time is not a sign of weakness. It's a reminder that healing is often a communal process. Surround yourself with people who truly support you, friends, family, or even support groups. These individuals can provide perspective, encouragement, and, most importantly, the reassurance that you are not alone. Their insights can help you see things more clearly, especially when your emotions cloud your judgment. Avoid those who fan the flames of anger or bitterness. Instead, seek those who foster calm and wisdom. Sharing your experience can be therapeutic, but be selective about whom you confide in. Choose people who will listen without judgment and respect your boundaries. Sometimes, even professional support groups or online communities can offer a safe space to share your journey and gain strength from others' experiences. Practical steps include reaching out to trusted individuals and setting up time to talk, even if it's a short phone call or coffee meeting. If you feel isolated, consider joining a local or virtual support group focused on relationship healing. Seneca wrote, "Friendship always benefits. Love sometimes injures." During this period, lean on friendships and relationships that nurture you, not those that drain you. By surrounding yourself with support, you'll find strength in the collective wisdom and empathy of others. Healing may be your journey, but it doesn't have to be walked alone. 9. Reframe the experience as growth. Betrayal, while painful, can be a catalyst for profound personal growth. As Epictetus said, difficulties show a person's character. The question is not why betrayal happened to you, but how you will use it to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Instead of seeing this experience solely as a loss, view it as an opportunity for self-discovery. What have you learned about your boundaries, values, and needs? Perhaps you've gained clarity about the kind of relationship you truly deserve. Maybe you've discovered untapped inner strength in enduring this trial. These lessons, though hard-earned, can transform you. Reframing does not mean minimizing your pain. Instead, it's about finding meaning within it. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." The betrayal may have been an obstacle, but it also serves as a teacher, guiding you toward greater self-awareness and personal growth. Practical steps include journaling about what this experience has taught you, or meditating on how it has shaped your perspective. Create a list of ways you've grown since the betrayal, whether it's increased emotional resilience, clearer boundaries, or deeper self-respect. By reframing the betrayal as growth, you reclaim power over your narrative. You are no longer defined by what happened to you, but by how you responded to it. This mindset shifts you from victim to victor, transforming pain into purpose and adversity into strength. 10. Know when to let go. There comes a time when clinging to the past does more harm than letting go. As Seneca wisely said, to bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. If the relationship has become toxic, unrepairable, or harmful to your well-being, releasing it is an act of self-respect, not failure. Letting go doesn't mean erasing the memories or pretending the betrayal never happened. It means accepting the reality of the situation and prioritizing your peace over the attachment to what once was. Holding on to resentment or false hope only prolongs your pain. By letting go, you create space for healing, growth, and eventually something better. This step is often the hardest because it involves confronting fear. Fear of being alone, fear of the unknown, or fear of starting over. But Marcus Aurelius reminds us, it is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Letting go is not an end, but a beginning, a chance to live in alignment with your values and truth. Practical steps include creating a ritual to symbolize release, such as writing a letter to your partner, whether you send it or not, or meditating on forgiveness. Surround yourself with supportive people and focus on building a future that reflects your worth and aspirations. Letting go is not giving up, it's choosing yourself. It's an act of courage, wisdom, and love for yourself and the life you deserve. By walking away from what no longer serves you, you make room for the healing and happiness that await. Solutions and long-term strategies. As you move through the process of overcoming betrayal, the immediate steps are only part of the journey. Long-term healing and personal growth require ongoing effort, self-awareness, and intentional choices. Let's explore 3 powerful strategies to help you create a strong foundation for your future. 1. Forgiveness as a personal choice. Forgiveness is one of the most misunderstood aspects of healing. It is often perceived as absolving the betrayer or reconciling the relationship. But true forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. Seneca reminds us, "He who has injured you was either stronger or weaker. If weaker, spare him. If stronger, spare yourself." Forgiveness frees you from the chains of anger and resentment that keep you tethered to the past. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or condoning the betrayal. It means releasing the emotional grip it has on you, allowing you to move forward unburdened. This is a deeply personal process that happens on your timeline. You may choose to forgive for your peace, even if you never reconcile with the betrayer. Practical steps include practicing forgiveness, meditation, or writing a letter to the person who hurt you, whether you send it or not. Remind yourself that forgiveness is about reclaiming your power and protecting your peace, not about their actions or validation. 2. Building emotional resilience. Betrayal can leave you feeling vulnerable and questioning your ability to trust again. To protect yourself in future relationships, building emotional resilience is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." This mindset helps you regain confidence in your ability to navigate challenges and setbacks. Emotional resilience comes from cultivating self-awareness, setting boundaries, and maintaining a healthy perspective. It involves learning from the past without allowing it to define you. Practice mindfulness to stay present, focus on what you can control, and remind yourself that your worth is not determined by how others treat you. Practical steps include engaging in daily mindfulness exercises, setting small personal goals to rebuild confidence, and seeking out new experiences that expand your comfort zone. Resilience grows through action and reflection, reinforcing your strength over time. 3. Creating a new chapter. Every ending holds the seed of a new beginning. As Epictetus wisely advised, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Whether you choose to stay in the relationship or move on, now is the time to craft a new chapter for yourself, one rooted in your values, wisdom, and aspirations. If you reconcile, work with your partner to rebuild the relationship with honesty and mutual respect. If you choose to move on, focus on rediscovering your identity, setting new goals, and creating a vision for your future. This is your opportunity to reimagine your life, free from the constraints of the past. Practical steps include defining your personal goals, whether in relationships, career, or self-development, and taking small steps toward them. Surround yourself with inspiring people and engage in activities that bring joy and fulfillment. Remember, the end of one chapter is not the end of your story. Overcoming betrayal is one of the hardest journeys you'll ever face, but it's also one of the most transformative. As you navigate the pain, remember that every step forward, no matter how small, is a victory. You have the power to turn this experience into a story of resilience, growth, and strength. As Marcus Aurelius said, You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That strength is already within you. Use it to heal, rebuild, and create the life you deserve. One rooted in wisdom, trust, and self-respect. Remember, you are not defined by what happened to you, but by how you rise from it. Embrace your journey, honor your strength, and know that brighter days lie ahead. Trust yourself. You have everything within you to heal, rebuild, and create a future filled with wisdom and peace. If this video resonated with you and you'd like to see more content that empowers you to live with wisdom and purpose, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. By doing so, you'll join a community dedicated to personal growth and resilience. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new upload. Your journey doesn't have to be walked alone, and together we can turn pain into power. Thank you for watching, and remember, brighter days are ahead. You've got this.
"18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them" from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey, and remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key. Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3, seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, A mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4. Control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions, rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5. Communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6. Understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7. Practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8. Choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being, or aligns with your values? Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9. Seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10. Appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11. Grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or, "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15, maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16, use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17, practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer. By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18, educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
Never beg for love and have everything naturally with Stoic wisdom. Have you ever felt like you're chasing love, only to end up feeling lost and unfulfilled? Imagine if, Instead of seeking validation from others, you became the star of your own emotional solar system, effortlessly attracting genuine connections. Not begging for affection transforms you into a beacon of confidence and self-assurance, naturally drawing admirers into your orbit. In this video, we will delve into the mysteries of love through the lens of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By embracing Stoic principles, you can transform your quest for meaningful connections into a graceful dance of trust, self-esteem, and self-awareness. We'll explore how each choice we make shapes our path, and how, just like stars, we too can evolve towards our brightest selves, attracting and maintaining authentic relationships. Stay with us as we unravel these insights, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and watch till the end for all the valuable content. Number 1. The nature of genuine love. Genuine love is a commitment, a conscious choice to nurture and grow with another person. It is not something that simply blossoms out of nowhere. Rather, it is more like a garden that you need to cultivate carefully. This garden requires constant work, unwavering dedication, patience, time, and above all, trust. True love demands that you be your authentic self, embracing your strengths and acknowledging your flaws. It is about understanding and appreciating the character and value of the other person, admiring not just who they are today, but also who they are becoming. This form of love aligns perfectly with Stoic principles, where self-awareness and inner strength play pivotal roles. Imagine a garden where each plant represents a facet of your relationship. Some plants require daily watering and sunlight, while others thrive with minimal intervention. Similarly, love needs consistent effort, honest communication, and shared experiences to grow. Neglecting any part of this garden results in withering, just as neglect in a relationship leads to disconnection and dissatisfaction. The work is continuous, but the rewards are immense. A thriving, beautiful garden that stands as a testament to your dedication. True love also involves embracing imperfections. We are all flawed beings, and genuine love sees beyond these flaws, focusing instead on growth and potential. This perspective echoes Stoic teachings on self-improvement and resilience. By acknowledging our imperfections and striving to improve, we foster a relationship environment that encourages mutual growth and understanding. In this journey, patience is your ally, and honesty is your guide. Patience allows you to weather the storms of misunderstanding and conflict, while honesty ensures that your relationship remains grounded in reality. As you invest in your personal growth, you simultaneously nurture the relationship, allowing it to flourish naturally. This mutual development leads to a deeper connection, fostering a bond that withstands the test of time and adversity. Genuine love, much like a well-tended garden, requires effort, but offers profound beauty and fulfillment in return. In this steadfast commitment lies the essence of true love, unwavering, nurturing, and ever-growing. Number 2, understanding love through Stoicism. Stoicism, though not specifically focused on romantic relationships, offers profound insights that can guide us in our quest for meaningful connections. By using Stoic principles, we learn to approach relationships with logic rather than sentimentality. This perspective helps us recognize and interpret patterns shaping our choice of a life partner, making us better prepared to achieve our life goals. Love, from a Stoic viewpoint, is not a spontaneous or purely emotional phenomenon. Instead, it is a conscious decision to build a life with someone who harmonizes with us at a fundamental level. To apply this wisdom, we must demystify the concept of love at first sight. a romanticized idea often linked to physical attraction and elusive chemistry. True love, as Stoics understand, is cultivated with care and intention. Much like a well-tended garden, it is grounded in reality, not fantasy. This grounded approach allows us to see our partners clearly, appreciating their strengths and understanding their flaws, while fostering a connection based on mutual respect and shared values. This realistic perspective helps in forming relationships that are both resilient and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. In relationships, this means recognizing that while we cannot control our partner's actions or feelings, we can control our responses and efforts. This focus on personal responsibility encourages a balanced, equitable partnership where both individuals contribute to the relationship's success. By acknowledging the impermanence of emotions and the importance of rational decision-making, Stoics provide a framework for building lasting, meaningful connections. By embracing Stoic principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. This approach leads to deeper, more fulfilling connections that enhance our personal growth and happiness. Love, seen through the lens of Stoicism, becomes a deliberate and enriching part of our lives, helping us achieve harmony and purpose in our most important relationships. Number 3, key components of true love. True love is an intricate dance of mutual respect, commitment, and appreciation. It goes beyond mere physical attraction or fleeting emotions. It is about seeing and valuing the essence of the other person, respecting their journey, and supporting their growth. This kind of love requires you to admire and appreciate not only who your partner is today, but also who they aspire to become. In Stoic philosophy, love is a reflection of virtue, where the relationship is built on the pillars of honesty, integrity, and shared values. In true love, the connection between partners is rooted in mutual respect and a deep understanding of each other's character. This connection is not swayed by superficial qualities, but is built on a solid foundation of shared principles and life goals. By focusing on inner beauty and character, we create a lasting bond that endures the challenges of time. True love, in its purest form, is about a deep connection that remains solid and vibrant despite the passing years. It is a partnership where both individuals grow together, supporting and uplifting each other, leading to a life of shared happiness and fulfillment. It's essential to differentiate true love from obsession or simple physical attraction, as these can lead to toxic and problematic relationships. Obsession often stems from insecurity and a desire to possess, while true love is about freedom and mutual respect. In true love, there is no room for control or manipulation. Instead, it thrives on trust and open communication. By embracing these principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. In a world often obsessed with external appearances, it's crucial to remember that true love looks beyond the surface. It values the essence of a person, their virtues, and their potential. This Stoic approach to love ensures that our relationships are grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 4, practicing reciprocity. Reciprocity is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. It involves a mutual exchange of respect, care, and appreciation. In Stoic terms, reciprocity is about returning the good we receive from others, acting justly and generously. It is an essential virtue for living harmoniously in society and is equally vital in romantic relationships. By practicing reciprocity, we express our gratitude and recognition for the other person, thereby strengthening the bonds that hold us together. In a romantic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. It is about giving as much as you receive, fostering a sense of equality and mutual support. This practice promotes harmony and cooperation, ensuring that both partners feel valued and respected. In a Stoic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. Reciprocity is not just about grand gestures. It is found in everyday acts of kindness and consideration. It involves listening attentively, offering support during tough times, and celebrating each other's successes. This approach not only strengthens the relationship, but also contributes to personal growth and self-awareness. By embracing reciprocity, we cultivate a partnership that is built on trust, respect, and a shared commitment to each other's happiness and fulfillment. When both partners practice reciprocity, the relationship flourishes. Each act of kindness and support reinforces the bond, creating a positive cycle of giving and receiving. This mutual exchange nurtures the relationship, making it more resilient to challenges and enriching both partners' lives. Reciprocity, therefore, is a fundamental component of true love, ensuring that both individuals feel valued and appreciated. Number 5, managing relationship challenges. Relationships are not without their challenges, and managing them requires wisdom and resilience. It is crucial to preserve your self-respect and recognize when it is time to move on. If a relationship consistently brings pain and the other person is unwilling to change despite honest communication, it may be time to let go. Remember, your well-being and happiness are paramount. Time has a wonderful ability to heal even the deepest wounds, and while scars may remain, the damage is not eternal. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This principle is invaluable in navigating the end of a relationship. It encourages us to hold our heads high, learn from the experience, and continue our journey with greater wisdom. You have the power to decide how to react to a breakup, choosing to move forward with dignity and strength. Embrace the lessons learned and allow yourself to grow from them, knowing that each ending brings the potential for a new beginning. Facing relationship challenges with a Stoic mindset means accepting that pain and difficulty are part of life. These experiences are opportunities for growth and self-discovery. By maintaining our composure and focusing on our personal development, we can navigate these challenges with grace and resilience. This approach helps us emerge stronger and more self-aware, ready to embrace future relationships with a renewed sense of purpose and understanding. It is essential to communicate openly and honestly with your partner when facing difficulties. By addressing issues directly and constructively, you create an environment where problems can be resolved and the relationship can grow stronger. If, despite your best efforts, the relationship cannot be salvaged, remember that ending it may be the healthiest choice for both parties. This decision should be made with compassion and respect, allowing both individuals to move forward positively. Number 6, choosing a life partner. Choosing a life partner is one of the most significant decisions you will make. It is essential to look beyond physical appearance and seek a deeper connection based on shared values and mutual respect. Physical beauty is fleeting, but the qualities that matter, intelligence, integrity, and the ability to be a true companion, endure over time. A Stoic approach to choosing a partner involves focusing on inner beauty and character, qualities that will support a lasting and healthy relationship. Seek someone who can become your best friend, your trusted advisor, and your solid support in times of adversity. This connection should be one that remains vibrant despite the passing years, rooted in mutual understanding and respect. Avoid the obsession with finding the physically perfect person, and instead channel your energy into finding a partner who stands out for their character and the potential to grow with you. This approach will lead to a fulfilling and enduring partnership where both individuals support and uplift each other, creating a life of shared happiness and growth. In choosing a life partner, it is vital to consider their values and how they align with your own. Shared values create a strong foundation for a relationship, ensuring that both partners are moving in the same direction and supporting each other's goals. This alignment fosters a sense of unity and purpose, making it easier to navigate life's challenges together. Additionally, look for a partner who embodies the virtues you admire. These virtues might include kindness, honesty, humility, and perseverance. By surrounding yourself with someone who reflects these qualities, you create an environment that encourages your own growth and development. This mutual influence leads to a more fulfilling and enriching relationship. Ultimately, the goal is to find a partner with whom you can build a life based on mutual respect, shared values, and a commitment to personal and collective growth. This Stoic approach to choosing a life partner ensures that your relationship is grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 7. Examples of Stoic relationships. Marcus Aurelius and his wife Faustine exemplify a Stoic relationship built on mutual respect, support, and shared values. Their partnership was a testament to the principles of Stoicism, where love is a conscious commitment to nurture and grow together. Despite the pressures of ruling an empire and facing personal losses, Marcus Aurelius found solace and strength in his relationship with Faustina. They practiced temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom, the cardinal virtues of Stoicism, not only in their governance, but also in their personal lives. Their relationship was not without challenges and rumors, but Marcus Aurelius defended their bond with unwavering faith and loyalty. This steadfastness is a reflection of Stoic moral courage and the value of true love. By choosing a partner based on character and integrity, and by supporting each other through adversity, they created a relationship that was both powerful and enduring. Their example teaches us that true love, from a Stoic perspective, is a choice rooted in virtue and mutual respect, leading to a life of shared growth and fulfillment. In the journey of love, embracing Stoic principles can transform your relationships into sources of strength and personal growth. By being true to yourself, practicing reciprocity, and choosing partners based on character and shared values, you lay the foundation for a fulfilling and enduring connection. Remember, your well-being and happiness are deeply intertwined with the relationships you cultivate. As you apply these insights, you'll find that love becomes a beacon of stability and wisdom in your life. If you've found this exploration of Stoic love insightful, I invite you to join our community of wisdom seekers. Like this video to show your support, subscribe to our channel for more content on cultivating wisdom and happiness, and share your own experiences in the comments below. Your journey towards a brighter, more fulfilling life begins with a single step. Stay strong, stay focused, and continue to grow with us. See you in the next video.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is using you that you must know. Have you ever had that sinking feeling that someone in your life is only there for what you can do for them? Maybe it's a friend who only calls when they need a favor, or a partner who seems more interested in what you provide than who you are. If you felt this way, you're not alone. And today, we're uncovering the 10 clearest signs that someone is using you. But here's the twist. It's not always obvious when it's happening. Manipulation and selfish behavior often come disguised as flattery, friendship, or even love. You might think you're just being generous, helpful, or kind, but underneath it all, their motives might be far from pure. This list will challenge your assumptions and help you spot the subtle and not so subtle behaviors that reveal someone's true intentions. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these toxic patterns, but also feel empowered to set boundaries and protect yourself. Because the truth is, your time and energy are precious, and no one deserves to drain them for their own gain. Let's dive in and uncover these 10 terrible signs, starting with one you've likely experienced before, but may not have recognized for what it truly is. 1. They only contact you when they need something. Have you ever noticed that someone only texts or calls when they need a favor? It's not a casual, "Hey, how are you doing?" or a friendly check-in, but rather a direct or indirect way to ask for help. Maybe it's borrowing money, asking for advice, or needing a ride. At first you might brush it off, thinking, they're just busy, and everyone needs help sometimes. But over time, you realize that these interactions are one-sided. They're not reaching out because they care about you, but because they need something from you. I've experienced this firsthand. There was a friend I genuinely cared about, someone I thought valued our connection as much as I did. But looking back, I can't recall a single time they contacted me just to talk or share good news. Every message was transactional. "Can you help me move this weekend?" "I'm short on cash. Can you cover me?" Or, "Can you help me with this problem?" It was always about what I could do for them. It took me a while to recognize the pattern because I wanted to believe the best about them. This behavior can make you feel like a tool rather than a person. At first, you might excuse it, thinking, maybe they're struggling or I'm just being kind. But the truth is, genuine relationships are built on mutual care, not convenience. A real friend will ask how you're doing, even when they don't need anything. They'll celebrate your wins, comfort you during your losses, and invest time and effort into the relationship. Reflecting on these moments, I realized that I was draining myself emotionally and physically for someone who wouldn't even ask, "How was your day?" I started setting boundaries, which wasn't easy but was necessary. If someone truly values you, they'll respect your limits and make an effort to connect beyond their needs. Pay attention to how people show up in your life. If they're always too busy for you, unless they need something, it's time to reassess the relationship. Remember, you're not an on-demand service. You deserve connections where both people show up for each other without strings attached. Life is too short to waste on one-sided relationships. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Relationships thrive on balance. It's not about keeping score, but there's an unspoken understanding in healthy connections that effort should flow both ways. If you're the one always reaching out, making plans, or offering help, and they rarely do the same for you, it's a major red flag. I remember being in a friendship where I did all the heavy lifting. I planned the meetups, initiated conversations, and even made excuses for their lack of involvement. At first, I convinced myself they were just busy or not the planning type. But the truth became hard to ignore. They weren't putting in the same energy I was. When I stopped making the effort, the relationship fizzled out, proving it was entirely one-sided. This dynamic isn't just unfair, it's exhausting. You find yourself questioning your worth, wondering if you're asking for too much, but you're not. True friendships and relationships thrive on mutual care, where both parties want to contribute equally. If you're constantly giving and they're only taking, it's time to reconsider their place in your life. 3. They don't appreciate you. Feeling unappreciated can cut deep. It's not just about wanting a thank you, it's about feeling seen and valued for what you bring to the table. When someone is using you, they often overlook your contributions entirely, treating them as if they're expected rather than earned. For instance, I once went above and beyond for a colleague, covering shifts and staying late to help with their workload. But instead of gratitude, I received indifference. No acknowledgement, no thanks, just more requests for help. It was as if my efforts were invisible. That's when I realized people who are using you rarely show appreciation because in their minds they're entitled to your help. Over time, this lack of acknowledgement chips away at your self-esteem. You start to feel invisible, like your contributions don't matter, but they do. Real friends, partners and colleagues notice your efforts and express gratitude, not out of obligation, but because they genuinely value you. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. When you finally gather the courage to bring up their behavior, the response can be even more telling. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they twist the situation to make you feel. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Think about the times you've gone out of your way for someone, whether it's lending a hand when they needed help, always being the one to reach out, or offering your time and energy to support them. Now, think about how they respond when the roles are reversed. Do they meet you with the same willingness and effort, or do they disappear, offering excuses or silence instead of support? I've been in situations where I felt like the glue holding a friendship or relationship together. For example, I had a friend who never initiated plans, but always accepted my invitations. I would check in on them regularly, send thoughtful messages, and even go out of my way to help them during tough times. Yet when I faced a difficult period, their silence was deafening. It wasn't just about their absence during hard times. It was their complete lack of initiative to maintain the relationship when I stopped putting in the effort. What I realized was that reciprocity isn't just about big gestures. It's about the small, everyday signs that someone values you. Do they text first once in a while? Do they make an effort to celebrate your wins, no matter how small? Do they notice when you're not okay and offer support without you having to ask? When someone doesn't do any of these things, it signals that their priority isn't the relationship. It's what they can get from it. One-sided relationships don't just drain your energy, they make you question your worth. You might think, if I just give a little more, maybe they'll appreciate me. But the truth is, people who don't reciprocate aren't likely to change unless they see their behavior as a problem. And that usually doesn't happen unless you set boundaries. The key is to recognize the imbalance and decide how much of your time and energy you're willing to invest. Healthy relationships are partnerships where both people contribute willingly and joyfully. If you're the only one doing the work, it's time to step back and evaluate whether the relationship is truly worth your effort. After all, you deserve connections that leave you feeling supported, valued and cared for, not depleted. 3. They don't appreciate you. When someone truly values you, they'll make an effort to show it, through their words, actions, or even small gestures. But when someone is using you, appreciation becomes almost non-existent. They treat your kindness, support, and effort as if it's their entitlement rather than a gift you've chosen to give. I remember helping a close acquaintance through a rough financial patch. I lent them money, listened to their struggles, and even helped them find some job leads. I didn't expect anything in return except maybe a sincere thank you or acknowledgement of my effort. Instead, they acted as if my help was their due. There was no gratitude, no sense of reciprocity, just an expectation that I'd keep stepping in whenever they needed me. Over time, it felt less like kindness on my part and more like obligation, dictated by their indifference. This lack of appreciation can cut deeply. It makes you feel invisible, as if all the energy you've poured into the relationship goes unnoticed or unvalued. Over time, it can erode your self-worth, leaving you questioning if you're even worth appreciating in the first place. The problem isn't with you, it's with them. People who take others for granted are often too focused on their own needs to recognize the effort and care they're being given. True appreciation isn't just about saying thank you. It's about someone acknowledging your value, treating your time and energy with respect, and showing that they don't take your presence in their life for granted. When someone appreciates you, you feel it, not just in their words, but in how they treat you overall. If you notice someone consistently failing to show appreciation, it's a sign to reevaluate the relationship. Ask yourself, does this person truly value me? Or are they just using me to meet their needs? You deserve to be appreciated for who you are and for everything you bring to the table. Don't settle for less. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is how they react when you try to address the imbalance. Instead of acknowledging your feelings or taking responsibility, they twist the situation to make you feel like the problem. This manipulation, known as gaslighting, can leave you questioning your own perspective and emotions. I remember confronting someone about always taking from the relationship and never giving back. I pointed out how I was the one making all the effort, while they seemed content to just take. Instead of listening, they turned the conversation around, saying things like, "You're overreacting," or "I can't believe you think I'm that kind of person." They made me feel like I was being unreasonable or selfish for even bringing it up. By the end of the conversation, I was the one apologizing, despite the fact that I was the one being taken advantage of. Gaslighting is a powerful tool for manipulators because it makes you doubt yourself. When they frame your concerns as unfair, dramatic, or entirely in your head, you start to believe it. You might think, maybe I'm being too sensitive, or perhaps I misunderstood their intentions. But here's the truth. If you're feeling hurt or used, those feelings are valid. Your emotions are telling you that something isn't right, and they deserve to be heard and respected. A healthy relationship doesn't involve blame shifting or denial. If someone truly values you, they'll listen to your concerns and make an effort to understand your perspective. They won't dismiss your feelings or make you feel guilty for expressing them. Gaslighting, on the other hand, is a way of deflecting responsibility and keeping you in a cycle of doubt and compliance. The next time someone twists your words or invalidates your feelings when you try to have an honest conversation, take a step back. Ask yourself if their reaction is about self-preservation rather than genuine care for you. Trust your instincts and remember, real friends or partners will work through issues with you, not make you feel like you're the issue. Protect your peace and don't let anyone manipulate you into believing you deserve less. 5. They prioritize their needs over yours. A strong relationship involves give and take, where both people's needs are considered and respected. However, when someone is using you, their needs will always take precedence over yours. Your feelings, goals, or struggles become secondary, or worse, irrelevant, in their world. I've had experiences where someone would constantly ask for my time and energy, but never reciprocated when I needed the same. For instance, I had a friend who always needed advice or support whenever they were going through something, and I was happy to help. But when I was facing my own challenges, they were either too busy or entirely uninterested. Conversations would quickly shift back to their problems, leaving me feeling unheard and unsupported. This dynamic often leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. No matter how much you give, it's never enough because their focus is always on themselves. You might even catch them brushing off your concerns with phrases like, "You'll figure it out," or "That's not a big deal." Over time, this pattern becomes a clear sign that they don't truly value you or the relationship. They see you as a resource to fulfill their needs, not as an equal partner. People who prioritize their own needs over yours often disguise their behavior in subtle ways, making you feel guilty for asking for anything in return. They might frame your requests for support as unreasonable or inconvenient, further reinforcing the imbalance. A healthy relationship involves mutual care and respect. Both people should feel heard, valued, and supported, especially during tough times. If someone consistently puts their needs first while ignoring yours, it's time to reevaluate their role in your life. Ask yourself, do they genuinely care about my well-being, or am I just a means to an end for them? Remember, your needs matter just as much as theirs. Relationships should be a partnership, not a one-way street. Don't let someone make you feel guilty for wanting balance and mutual respect in your connections. You deserve relationships that lift you up, not ones that leave you feeling neglected. 6. They disappear when you need help. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is their sudden absence when you need support. They're quick to call on you for help with their problems, but when the tables turn, they're nowhere to be found. This inconsistency reveals that they're not truly invested in the relationship. They're only there for what they can gain. I've been in situations where I supported someone through countless challenges, offering advice, encouragement, and even practical help. But when I was going through a tough time, they didn't even ask how I was doing. I reached out, hoping for the same level of care I had shown them, but all I got were excuses like, "I'm too busy right now," or no response at all. It felt like I was yelling into an empty void, and it hurt deeply. This type of behavior leaves you feeling isolated and undervalued. It makes you question the authenticity of the relationship, as it becomes clear that their presence in your life was conditional. They were only there for what they could get, not what they could give. In healthy relationships, mutual support is the foundation. Real friends, partners, or family members don't vanish when you need them the most. They might not always have the perfect solution, but they show up, listen, and offer what they can because they genuinely care about you. When someone consistently fails to be there for you, it's a glaring sign that their priorities don't include your well-being. If you find yourself in a relationship where the other person is absent during your struggles, take a step back. Reflect on whether this connection is bringing value to your life or just taking from it. You deserve people who stand by you in both good times and bad, not those who disappear the moment you need a shoulder to lean on. Recognizing this imbalance is the first step toward protecting your energy and surrounding yourself with people who truly care. 7. They exploit your generosity. Generosity is a beautiful trait, but when someone exploits it, it becomes a tool for their benefit rather than a foundation for mutual respect. They might consistently ask for favors, money, or your time, knowing you'll say yes because of your kind nature. The problem isn't your willingness to give. It's their willingness to take without limits or gratitude. I remember having a colleague who always seemed to need just a little help. At first, it was small favors, like covering their shift or helping with a project. I didn't mind because I believed in teamwork, but over time, their requests became bigger and more frequent. They'd say things like, "You're so reliable. I knew you'd do this for me." But they never returned the favor. They never offered to help me when I was swamped, and they didn't even acknowledge the effort I put in. Eventually, I realized they were exploiting my willingness to help while giving nothing in return. This kind of dynamic can leave you feeling drained, resentful, and taken advantage of. You might find yourself saying yes, even when you're overwhelmed, just to avoid conflict or guilt. The truth is, people who exploit your generosity often rely on your discomfort with setting boundaries. They know you'll go the extra mile because you're kind-hearted, and they use that to their advantage. True relationships are built on mutual generosity, where both people give and take in balance. Exploitation, on the other hand, is entirely one-sided. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being taken for granted and to set boundaries to protect yourself. Saying no doesn't make you a bad person. It simply ensures that your energy and resources are being spent on people who genuinely value you. Ask yourself, does this person respect my boundaries, or do they push them to get what they want? If you feel more like a resource than a valued friend, it's time to reassess the relationship. Your generosity is a gift, not a given, and it should be appreciated, not exploited. 8. You feel drained around them. The people in your life should uplift and energize you, not leave you feeling emotionally, mentally, or even physically drained. When someone is using you, their constant demands, negativity, or selfishness can sap your energy, leaving you exhausted after every interaction. I once had a friend who seemed to turn every conversation into a complaint about their life or a request for help. No matter how much I tried to support or cheer them up, it was never enough. They would unload their problems onto me without asking about my day or my struggles. Over time, I noticed a pattern. I felt worse after talking to them, not better. It wasn't just that they needed help. It was that the relationship was entirely focused on them, with no room for my needs or feelings. When someone leaves you feeling drained, it's often because the relationship is imbalanced. You're constantly giving your time, attention, or emotional support, while they take without offering anything in return. This dynamic can make you feel like their emotional dumping ground or problem solver, rather than a valued friend or partner. Pay attention to how you feel after interacting with someone. Do you feel refreshed and supported, or do you feel tired, frustrated, or even resentful? Your emotions are important indicators of the health of your relationships. If someone consistently leaves you feeling depleted, it's a sign that their presence in your life might be more harmful than helpful. Healthy relationships are energizing. Even during tough times, they involve mutual care and support that leave both people feeling understood and valued. If someone is consistently draining you, it's time to set boundaries. Protect your energy and focus on relationships that enrich your life rather than deplete it. You deserve to feel good about the connections you have, not burdened by them. Remember, it's okay to prioritize your well-being over someone else's constant demands. 9. They manipulate you with flattery or guilt. People who use others often rely on manipulation to keep control of the relationship. They might use excessive flattery to make you feel special, or guilt to pressure you into doing things for them. These tactics are not about genuine connection, but about maintaining their advantage over you. I once knew someone who was an expert at this. Whenever they wanted something, they'd start with over-the-top compliments. "You're the only person I can trust with this," or "You're so amazing for always helping me." At first, it felt good to be appreciated, but I began to notice a pattern. The flattery wasn't sincere. It was a setup to get what they wanted. On the other hand, if I ever hesitated to help, they'd quickly pivot to guilt. "I thought you cared about me." Or, "I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own." This emotional manipulation traps you in a cycle of compliance. The flattery makes you feel obligated to help, while the guilt makes you feel bad if you don't. Over time, you might find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do, simply to avoid the guilt or maintain their approval. Recognizing these tactics is key to breaking free from the cycle. Flattery and guilt are tools manipulators use to blur boundaries and keep the focus on their needs. Genuine relationships don't rely on manipulation. They're built on honesty, mutual respect, and understanding. If someone is constantly using these tactics, take a step back and assess the situation. Ask yourself, do they truly care about me, or are they just using emotional manipulation to keep me compliant? Once you see through their behavior, it becomes easier to set boundaries and protect yourself from being used. Remember, you don't owe anyone your time or energy, especially when their methods make you feel uncomfortable or coerced. Stand firm in your worth. You deserve relationships that are based on authenticity, not manipulation. 10. You question their true intentions. One of the most telling signs that someone is using you is the nagging feeling that their intentions aren't genuine. Deep down, you start to sense that their actions are more about what they can gain from you than about a sincere connection. This unease doesn't come out of nowhere. It's your intuition picking up on subtle red flags. I've experienced this in relationships where everything seemed fine on the surface, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. For instance, there was a colleague who was overly friendly whenever they needed my help with a project or a favor. But outside of those moments, they didn't engage with me or show any interest in my life. It became clear that their friendliness wasn't about building a real connection. It was about keeping me close enough to use when it was convenient for them. This kind of behavior often leaves you feeling confused. You might find yourself asking, do they really care about me? Or am I just imagining things? Genuine relationships don't make you question someone's motives repeatedly. When someone values you, their intentions are clear. They want to be in your life because of who you are, not because of what you can provide. If you're constantly questioning their authenticity, it's worth pausing to evaluate the relationship. Are they there for you during your highs and lows, or do they only show up when it benefits them? Do their actions align with their words, or do they make promises they never keep? These questions can help clarify whether their intentions are genuine or self-serving. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Real connections leave you feeling secure and valued, not suspicious or uneasy. Don't ignore those gut feelings. They're often your best guide. You deserve relationships where you don't have to second-guess someone's motives, where the connection is built on mutual care and respect, not on hidden agendas. Prioritize those who show up for you genuinely, and let go of those who make you doubt their true intentions.
Here are 10 types of people you should never trust or respect, and understanding why will transform the way you approach relationships. Some individuals may seem harmless at first glance, but their behaviors can create chaos, drain your energy, or lead you astray from your own growth. It's not just about avoiding negativity, it's about protecting your peace and staying aligned with your values. Each of these personality types challenges your ability to live a balanced, virtuous life. Think about how much time and energy are wasted dealing with people who lie, manipulate, or disrupt your focus. Imagine the relief of knowing exactly who to steer clear of and why. By identifying these toxic traits, you can set boundaries that safeguard your mental clarity and personal integrity. What's more, Stoicism, the ancient philosophy of resilience and rational living, offers timeless wisdom to navigate these challenges. As we explore each type of person, you'll discover actionable insights rooted in Stoic principles that will empower you to reclaim control and focus on what truly matters. 1. The dishonest. Dishonesty erodes trust, damages relationships, and breeds unnecessary complications in life. Stoicism, with its emphasis on truth and integrity, urges us to avoid those who habitually lie or deceive. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This straightforward principle serves as a moral compass, guiding us to align with people who value honesty. Imagine this. You have a co-worker who regularly exaggerates their contributions to projects or withholds crucial information to make themselves look better. At first, their behavior might seem like a minor inconvenience, but over time, their dishonesty creates distrust among team members, delays progress, and fosters resentment. This not only affects your professional environment, but also weighs heavily on your mental peace. A Stoic would recognize the long-term harm of associating with such a person and distance themselves from their influence. Take another example from personal life. A friend who tells small lies to avoid accountability. Perhaps they consistently cancel plans with elaborate excuses that don't add up. These patterns chip away at the foundation of trust. Seneca reminds us that truth never perishes, meaning lies eventually surface, leaving damage in their wake. On the other hand, consider someone who admits their mistakes openly and strives to do better. Their honesty not only strengthens your relationship, but also inspires you to uphold the same virtue. Surrounding yourself with truthful individuals reinforces your commitment to live in alignment with reason and morality. Dishonest people disrupt the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Their presence complicates what should be simple and straightforward. To protect your integrity and peace of mind, heed the Stoic advice. Trust those who walk in truth, and never grant respect to those who habitually betray it. The manipulative. Manipulators distort reality to serve their own needs, often at the expense of others. Stoicism teaches us to guard against such influences by maintaining control over our thoughts and emotions. Epictetus warned, "Whoever is going to make you angry is your master." This advice reminds us that manipulators thrive by exploiting our emotions, anger, guilt, fear, or even love, to bend us to their will. Consider a scenario where a colleague frequently flatters you, but subtly pressures you into taking on their workload. At first, their charm may feel genuine, but as time passes, you realize their compliments come with hidden motives. They appeal to your sense of responsibility or guilt, leaving you overburdened while they shirk their duties. A Stoic would recognize this behavior and set clear boundaries, refusing to let manipulation dictate their actions. In personal relationships, manipulation can be even more insidious. Imagine a partner who constantly plays the victim, using emotional guilt to control your decisions. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd do this for me." Over time, their tactics erode your sense of autonomy and self-respect. Stoic wisdom teaches us to evaluate such behavior objectively, separating emotion from reason. Marcus Aurelius urged, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." To counter manipulation, a Stoic practices discernment and self-awareness. They remain anchored in their values and avoid reacting impulsively to emotional appeals. By focusing on what they can control, their thoughts, choices, and actions, they neutralize the manipulator's power. Manipulative individuals compromise your peace and autonomy. Trust and respect should only be extended to those who communicate openly and act with integrity. As a Stoic, hold firm to your principles and never let the manipulative govern your path. 3. The envious. Envy is a corrosive emotion, often disguised as passive-aggressive behavior or subtle undermining. Envious people may resent your success, happiness, or achievements, even if they don't openly admit it. Stoicism teaches us to recognize envy as a sign of discontentment and insecurity. As Seneca observed, "It is the mark of a great soul to scorn great things and prefer that which is ordinary." The envious, by contrast, are consumed by comparison and lack gratitude for their own lives. Imagine you've earned a promotion at work and a colleague's congratulations feel forced or insincere. Soon after, they begin to nitpick your decisions or spread rumors about how you lucked into your new role. Their envy not only poisons their own happiness, but also introduces negativity into your life. A Stoic approach would involve acknowledging their behavior without taking it personally. Epictetus reminds us, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Focus on your goals and let their resentment roll off your back. In friendships, envy can manifest as a lack of support or even sabotage. Picture a friend who criticizes your choices or downplays your achievements. For instance, when you share news about buying your first home, they respond with, "Must be nice, but I wouldn't want the stress." Their envy clouds their ability to celebrate your success. Seneca's teachings encourage us to surround ourselves with those who uplift us, not drag us down with their own insecurities. Envy is a destructive force that disrupts harmony, both for the envious and those around them. Stoics choose gratitude over jealousy, focusing on their own path instead of comparing themselves to others. Respect and trust those who celebrate your successes genuinely, and distance yourself from those whose envy dims your light. 4. The irresponsible. Irresponsible people avoid accountability, blame others for their shortcomings, and fail to follow through on commitments. In Stoic philosophy, responsibility and self-discipline are essential virtues. Epictetus reminds us, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Irresponsible individuals, however, relinquish their freedom by neglecting their own duties, often pulling others into the chaos they create. Consider a teammate who consistently misses deadlines, leaving you scrambling to compensate for their lack of effort. At first, you might excuse their behavior, thinking they're simply overwhelmed. But over time, their pattern of neglect becomes clear. Their irresponsibility creates unnecessary stress for you, undermining your peace and productivity. A Stoic would recognize the importance of setting boundaries, ensuring their own efforts aren't wasted by someone else's failure to act responsibly. In personal relationships, irresponsibility can take a heavy toll. Imagine a friend who borrows money repeatedly but never repays it, always making excuses or promising to get it back to you soon. Their behavior reflects a lack of respect for your resources and trust. Marcus Aurelius advised us to focus on what is within our control, and part of that involves choosing relationships with those who honor their obligations. Stoics understand that responsibility is the foundation of progress. As Seneca noted, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Those who are irresponsible rarely seize opportunities because they fail to prepare, instead relying on others to clean up their messes. Irresponsible individuals drain your time, energy, and patience. Respect and trust should be reserved for those who take ownership of their actions and honor their commitments. A Stoic protects their mental clarity by refusing to shoulder the burdens of others' neglect and holding firm to their own sense of accountability. 5. The gossipers. Gossipers thrive on drama, spreading half-truths and secrets to gain attention or control. Stoicism teaches us to avoid idle talk and focus on meaningful action and self-improvement. Marcus Aurelius urged, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Gossip detracts from this focus, turning your attention toward trivial matters instead of what truly matters. Picture a co-worker who loves to share juicy office rumors, dragging you into conversations about who might get fired or who is underperforming. While these interactions may feel harmless, they come with hidden costs. Gossip fosters a toxic environment, erodes trust among colleagues, and distracts you from your own work. A Stoic would refrain from participating, recognizing that gossip not only wastes time, but also compromises personal integrity. In personal life, gossip can be even more damaging. Imagine a friend who frequently discusses others' personal issues behind their backs. Today, they're sharing someone else's secrets, but tomorrow, it could be yours. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve. Gossipers rarely inspire growth. Instead, they pull you into negativity and superficiality. Engaging in gossip also puts your peace of mind at risk. The Stoic principle of focusing only on what you can control is vital here. You can't control what others do or say, but you can control whether you participate. When approached with gossip, redirect the conversation or distance yourself from the individual. Gossipers add no value to your life and often detract from your focus and character. Trust and respect should be reserved for those who speak with purpose and integrity. A Stoic prioritizes truth, meaningful interactions, and self-discipline over indulging in harmful chatter. 6. The ungrateful. Ungrateful individuals take what they have for granted, often focusing on what's lacking instead of appreciating what they've been given. Stoicism emphasizes gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Seneca wrote, "Nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart." Ungrateful people, by contrast, drain energy and foster resentment, disrupting the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Imagine a co-worker who always complains about their workload, the office environment, or their pay, despite having a stable job in a struggling economy. No matter how much you or others support them, their lack of gratitude leaves them perpetually dissatisfied. Over time, their negativity begins to weigh on your own outlook, pulling you into their cycle of discontent. A Stoic would recognize this as harmful and choose to focus instead on what they can appreciate and control. In personal relationships, dealing with ungrateful people can feel even more disheartening. Picture a family member who dismisses your efforts to help, whether it's offering financial support, emotional care, or practical assistance. Instead of saying, "Thank you," they respond with, "Why didn't you do more?" This kind of attitude diminishes your goodwill and can breed frustration. Stoic wisdom reminds us that the act of giving or helping should stem from virtue, not expectation. But that doesn't mean tolerating chronic ingratitude. Practicing gratitude, on the other hand, fosters resilience and joy. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the blessings in his life, writing, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." Surrounding yourself with people who share this perspective strengthens your ability to live a fulfilled life. Ungrateful individuals detract from your sense of purpose and positivity. A Stoic extends trust and respect to those who acknowledge and value the good in life, leaving behind those who only see what's missing. 7. The overly cynical. Cynicism, when unchecked, becomes a destructive force. While skepticism can be healthy, overly cynical people view the world through a lens of distrust and negativity, dismissing hope and possibility. Stoicism, by contrast, encourages resilience and rational optimism, even in challenging times. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Cynics fail to exercise this power, choosing despair instead of constructive action. Imagine a co-worker who constantly predicts the failure of new initiatives or belittles efforts to improve the workplace. Their constant refrain of "it'll never work" or "why bother" not only dampens morale, but also discourages innovation. Over time, their negativity creates a toxic atmosphere that stifles progress. A Stoic would recognize the futility of entertaining such pessimism, focusing instead on their own efforts and how they can contribute meaningfully, regardless of others' attitudes. In personal relationships, overly cynical individuals often dismiss your dreams and aspirations. Picture a friend who rolls their eyes when you share plans to start a business, saying, "Most startups fail. Why risk it?" Their cynicism projects their own fears and limitations onto you, eroding your confidence. Epictetus reminds us, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." Cynics are often trapped by their unwillingness to see new possibilities or embrace growth. While life is unpredictable and challenges are inevitable, Stoics choose to confront difficulties with reason and optimism. They understand that while outcomes are uncertain, the effort to act virtuously and purposefully is always worthwhile. Overly cynical people can drag you down, obscuring opportunities for growth and joy. A Stoic surrounds themselves with those who inspire and uplift, leaving behind those who cling to negativity and doubt. Respect and trust those who see potential, not just problems. 8. The arrogant. Arrogance blinds individuals to reason and humility, two essential virtues in Stoic philosophy. The arrogant inflate their own self-importance, often dismissing the value or contributions of others. Stoicism teaches that wisdom lies in recognizing how much we don't know. As Marcus Aurelius observed, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. Imagine a manager who refuses to listen to feedback, assuming their position makes them infallible. They ignore valuable input from their team, leading to poor decisions and workplace tension. Their arrogance not only damages morale, but also stifles growth for themselves and everyone around them. A Stoic would recognize this behavior as a failure of humility and reason, qualities essential for leadership and collaboration. In friendships or family dynamics, arrogance manifests as dismissiveness or condescension. Picture a relative who constantly belittles your choices, presenting their opinions as superior without considering your perspective. Perhaps they dismiss your career path with remarks like, "You'll never succeed doing that," based solely on their limited understanding. This behavior not only sows discord, but also reveals their inability to see beyond their own narrow worldview. Arrogance is rooted in insecurity and detachment from reality. Stoicism advises us to cultivate humility by focusing on self-improvement rather than comparing ourselves to others. Epictetus reminds us, "If you wish to improve, Be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters. True strength lies in seeking knowledge and understanding, not in pretending to have all the answers. Arrogant individuals disrupt harmony and hinder progress. Respect and trust should be given to those who demonstrate humility, openness, and a willingness to learn. A Stoic seeks relationships grounded in mutual respect and growth, steering clear of those who let pride overshadow reason and virtue. 9. The intemperate. Intemperance, whether it's indulgence in vices, lack of self-control, or impulsive behavior, leads to chaos and imbalance. Stoicism values moderation and discipline, emphasizing the importance of mastering desires rather than being mastered by them. As Seneca said, "Hold fast to this sound and wholesome rule of life, that you indulge the body only as far as health and needs require." Imagine a co-worker who frequently misses deadlines because they prioritize partying over professional responsibilities. Their inability to balance enjoyment with duty creates problems not only for themselves, but also for those who depend on their work. A Stoic would recognize this as a failure of self-governance and understand the need to distance themselves from such unreliability. In personal relationships, intemperance can manifest as recklessness, whether it's financial irresponsibility, erratic emotional outbursts, or unhealthy habits. Picture a friend who constantly borrows money to fund their excessive lifestyle, but makes no effort to pay it back or curb their spending. Their lack of self-discipline not only harms their own stability, but also places an unfair burden on those around them. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." A Stoic would maintain their peace by refusing to enable such behavior. Intemperance often leads to regret and missed opportunities. Stoicism teaches us to aim for balance, cultivating habits that support long-term well-being rather than fleeting pleasures. True happiness, as Epictetus noted, comes from living in accordance with nature and reason, not from overindulging in things that bring only temporary satisfaction. Intemperate individuals can disrupt your peace and pull you into their chaotic orbit. A Stoic chooses to align with those who exercise discipline and self-control, fostering stability and mutual growth over recklessness and excess. 10. The unprincipled. People without principles lack a moral foundation, often making decisions based on convenience, self-interest, or fleeting emotions rather than values or ethics. Stoicism places great emphasis on living a virtuous life, guided by principles such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Epictetus advised, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." The unprincipled, by contrast, fail to anchor their actions in any consistent moral framework, making them unreliable and potentially harmful. Consider a business partner who is willing to cut corners, lie to clients, or exploit workers just to maximize profits. While their behavior may yield short-term gains, their lack of integrity will inevitably lead to long-term consequences, damaged relationships, legal troubles, or the loss of trust. A Stoic would refuse to associate with such a person, knowing that aligning with unprincipled individuals compromises their own values. In personal relationships, an unprincipled person might betray confidences, break promises, or act deceptively without remorse. Imagine a friend who regularly changes their stance depending on what benefits them in the moment. They might abandon you in times of need, offer hollow reassurances, or fail to honor their commitments. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to seek relationships that strengthen our character. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Being around the unprincipled taints your moral clarity. Living without principles is like navigating without a compass. There's no direction or purpose, only chaos and opportunism. Stoicism teaches us to act in harmony with our virtues, to ensure our actions align with our beliefs and contribute to a greater good. Unprincipled individuals are unpredictable and often self-serving, leaving a trail of disorder in their wake. A Stoic chooses relationships with those who live by strong ethical standards, reinforcing mutual trust, respect, and the shared pursuit of virtue. Leave behind those who lack principles. They offer no foundation for a meaningful or harmonious connection. These 10 types of people, dishonest, manipulative, envious, irresponsible, gossipy, ungrateful, overly cynical, arrogant, intemperate, and unprincipled, are obstacles to a life of peace, purpose, and virtue. By recognizing their traits and applying Stoic wisdom, you can protect your energy, focus on what you can control, and cultivate relationships that align with your values. If you found this video insightful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content on Stoicism and personal growth. We'd also love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you encountered any of these personality types? How did you handle them? Let's keep the conversation going and learn from each other's experiences.
You know, I've been thinking about how sometimes saying less speaks louder. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it's true. Whoever talks a lot often fails, they say, and lately, I think I'm starting to understand why. This realization didn't come suddenly. It crept up on me, like a thought that doesn't want to be ignored. I'm sitting here, cup of warm tea in hand, and thinking back to all those times when, in a rush to fill the silence, I just kept talking. I thought if I said more, it would make things clearer, but it often did the opposite. Let me tell you about one of those moments. A few years back, I was catching up with an old friend. We hadn't seen each other in years, and I was eager to fill him in on everything. My work, my travels, all these stories that felt important to share. I was so caught up in my own narrative that I didn't even notice how quiet he had gotten. I just kept going, thinking I was making this fantastic conversation. And then he interrupted me, kind of hesitantly, and he said, "I really wanted to tell you something." It turns out he was going through something heavy, something that I'd missed entirely in my monologue. He needed someone to listen, and here I was, just filling the air with my own stories. I remember the way his face looked, the slight disappointment. I'd failed to be the friend he needed. And you know, that look stayed with me, longer than I'd like to admit. From then on, I started to notice this pattern in myself. The more I spoke, the more I missed out on what others were actually trying to say. Or maybe what they were not saying, but were hoping I'd notice. And as I started paying attention to this, I saw it everywhere. Not just in my conversations, but in others too. It's like we're all afraid of the quiet moments, like we have to fill them up with words, no matter if they're necessary or not. But here's the thing. In silence, something special happens. There's space. Space for thoughts to breathe, for feelings to surface, for meaning to reveal itself. The times when I finally chose to stop talking, just let the words settle. I began to understand things I couldn't see when I was busy trying to be heard. I heard myself more clearly, and I started to really hear other people. I had another moment like this with my son recently. He was telling me about his day, about a challenge he'd faced, and I could feel that familiar urge to jump in, offer advice, tell him what I thought he should do, but I caught myself just for a moment. I held back. I let him talk, let him feel the silence after he spoke, and in that silence he found his own answers. It was one of the most powerful experiences I've had as a parent, to just let him have his own space, to listen and let him hear his own voice. Looking back, I realize how much richer my life would be if I had chosen silence more often, especially when I thought I had all the right words. Speaking less taught me so much more about the people around me, about what they needed, about how they felt, and even about myself. Because when we stop talking, we give ourselves permission to listen, not just to others, but to what's happening within us. It's funny how we often talk ourselves in circles, trying to fill up gaps, trying to make sense of things out loud, when sometimes all we need is to sit with our thoughts, let them settle, to be present in a way that goes beyond words. And I'm not saying I've got this down perfectly. I'm still learning. But I've come to believe that words are powerful only when they're given the space to mean something. So, if there's one thing I'd share with you, sitting here with my cup of tea and my reflections, it's this. Don't be afraid of the quiet. Sometimes, in the moments when you hold back, you'll hear things that were there all along, words you didn't have to say, answers you didn't have to search for, and you'll find a kind of peace in that silence, a connection that runs deeper than words. So next time you find yourself in a conversation, take a breath, pause, and listen. You might just find that less is indeed more.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. True wisdom is vast and cannot be fully understood or possessed by one person alone. It requires collective understanding and sharing. It takes a whole village to raise a child. Raising a child is a communal effort that involves the support and guidance of the entire community, not just the parents. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Working alone may yield quick results, but teamwork and collaboration lead to sustainable, long-term success. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Neglected individuals may resort to drastic measures to gain attention or a sense of belonging. However long the night, the dawn will break. No matter how difficult or dark a situation is, it will eventually pass and give way to better times. The fool speaks, the wise man listens. Wisdom often involves listening and understanding before speaking, whereas foolishness is marked by hasty, uninformed speech. A bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Inner peace and self-confidence make external threats less harmful. You learn how to cut down trees by cutting them down. Practical experience is the best teacher. You learn by doing. Rain does not fall on one roof alone. Hardships and blessings are shared experiences that affect many people, not just one individual. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Those who resort to violence often do so because they lack the ability or willingness to engage in rational discourse. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped. Focus on understanding the cause of your mistakes rather than the consequences. To try and fail is not laziness. Making an effort, even if it results in failure, is commendable and not the same as being lazy. A child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam which its mother puts into its palm. Parents or guardians often protect their children from harm, even in challenging situations. A chattering bird builds no nest. Talking too much without action leads to unaccomplished goals. Wisdom does not come overnight. Gaining wisdom is a gradual process that takes time and experience. He who learns, teaches. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and those who learn should also teach others. A single bracelet does not jingle. One person's efforts or actions may go unnoticed. Collaboration amplifies impact. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Resorting to violence often indicates a fear of logical argument or persuasion. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Even the smallest actions can have a significant impact. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Knowledge requires nurturing and continuous effort to be useful and beneficial. So, a bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. He who refuses to obey cannot command. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow and respect authority. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Those who cause harm may forget their actions, but those who are harmed remember. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. And seeing is different from being told. Experiencing something firsthand is more impactful and convincing than hearing about it secondhand. One who loves you warns you. True care and concern often come with honest warnings and advice. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. There is no medicine to cure hatred. Hatred is a deep-rooted emotion that cannot be easily remedied or cured. You do not teach the paths of the forest to an old gorilla. Experienced individuals do not need to be taught what they already know well.
Have you ever felt like a pawn in someone else's game? Like a disposable tool used and discarded at their convenience? In a world where genuine connections are increasingly rare, it's crucial to identify the wolves in sheep's clothing, those who masquerade as friends but harbor ulterior motives. In this eye-opening exploration, we'll delve into the 10 telltale attitudes that expose a person's true colors, revealing that their concern for you is nothing more than a facade. Brace yourself as we unravel the threads of deceit and manipulation, empowering you to create a life surrounded by authentic, nurturing relationships. 1. The chameleon's selective availability. Picture this: you're in the midst of a crisis, desperately in need of a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on. You reach out to someone you consider a friend, only to be met with deafening silence. Days pass, and your messages remain unread, your calls unanswered. Yet when they require a favor or need something from you, they miraculously reappear, ready to engage. This selective availability is a glaring red flag, exposing the one-sided nature of the relationship. True friends are there through thick and thin, not just when it's convenient for them. If you find yourself consistently on the giving end, while your own needs are neglected, it's time to reassess the dynamic. 2. The narcissist's lack of personal interest. In the tapestry of genuine friendship, curiosity and empathy are the golden threads that bind hearts together. A true friend is invested in your life, eager to learn about your dreams, fears, and daily struggles. They listen attentively, offering support and celebrating your triumphs. However, when you encounter someone who rarely inquires about your well-being, focusing solely on their own needs and desires, it's a clear indication that you are merely a means to an end. They see you as a resource to be tapped rather than a multifaceted individual with intrinsic worth. This lack of personal interest is a billboard announcing loud and clear that their concern for you is superficial at best. 3. The manipulator's guilt trips and emotional blackmail. Manipulators are master puppeteers, skillfully pulling the strings of guilt and obligation to bend you to their will. They wield phrases like, "If you were really my friend, you would," as weapons, aiming to coerce you into compliance. These guilt trips are a form of emotional blackmail designed to erode your boundaries and exploit your kindness. In healthy relationships, respect and free will are the cornerstones, not manipulation and coercion. If someone consistently employs these tactics, it's a glaring sign that they prioritize their own agenda over your well-being. It's time to cut the strings and reclaim your autonomy. 4. The disrespectful leech's persistent lack of consideration. Respect is the lifeblood of any meaningful relationship. It's the understanding that your time, energy, and needs are just as valuable as theirs. When someone consistently disregards your boundaries, showing up late, canceling plans last minute, or demanding your attention at inappropriate times, they are broadcasting their lack of respect for you. This persistent pattern of disrespectful behavior, without any genuine effort to change, is a neon sign indicating that they view you as a disposable commodity. It's time to set firm boundaries and demand the respect you deserve. 5. The shallow socialite superficial bonding. In the realm of authentic connections, depth is the key that unlocks the doors to meaningful relationships. When conversations consistently remain at a surface level, never venturing beyond small talk and trivial topics, it's a red flag that the person is not invested in truly getting to know you. They may be pleasant company for a casual encounter, but their lack of interest in your inner world reveals the shallow nature of the bond. Reflect on whether this connection offers genuine growth and mutual understanding, or if it's merely a mirage of friendship. 6. The fair weather friend's absence in crucial moments. Life is a tapestry, woven with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and adversity. It is during the darkest hours that true friendships shine the brightest. When you find yourself navigating a storm, a genuine friend is there to weather it with you, offering unwavering support and empathy. However, if someone is conspicuously absent during your times of need, offering only superficial platitudes or empty promises, it's a glaring sign that their commitment to the relationship is conditional. True friends stand by you, not just in the sunshine, but in the rain as well. 7. The opportunist's calculated connections. In the world of social climbing, some individuals view relationships as mere rungs on a ladder to success. They strategically align themselves with those they perceive as beneficial to their goals, only to discard them when they've outlived their usefulness. If you notice someone consistently gravitating towards those with influence, power, or status while neglecting genuine connections, it's a red flag that their interest in you is purely transactional. True friends value you for who you are, not what you can do for them. 8. The competitive frenemies, constant comparison. A true friend celebrates your successes and shares in your joys. However, when someone consistently compares themselves to you, constantly trying to one-up your achievements or downplay your accomplishments, it's a sign that they view you as a rival rather than a friend. This competitive behavior breeds resentment and undermines the foundation of trust and support that genuine friendships are built upon. If you find yourself constantly walking on eggshells, afraid to share your triumphs for fear of triggering their insecurities, it's time to reevaluate the relationship. 9. The gossip monger's breach of trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful relationship. When you confide in someone, you trust that they will hold your secrets and vulnerabilities with care and respect. However, if you discover that someone has been sharing your private information with others, gossiping behind your back, or using your confessions against you, it's a glaring sign that they have little regard for your trust and well-being. A true friend protects your privacy and maintains confidentiality, understanding the sacred nature of the bond you share. 10. The toxic critic's constant negativity. In life's journey, we need companions who uplift and inspire us, not those who constantly drag us down with their negativity. If someone consistently criticizes your choices, belittles your dreams, or undermines your self-esteem, it's a red flag that they are not invested in your growth and happiness. A true friend offers constructive feedback and support, encouraging you to be your best self. They celebrate your uniqueness and help you navigate challenges with compassion and wisdom. If you find yourself constantly drained and discouraged after interactions with someone, it's time to reassess the impact they have on your mental and emotional well-being. The importance of emotional boundaries and self-worth. Recognizing these toxic attitudes is the first step in protecting your emotional well-being and cultivating a life filled with genuine reciprocal relationships. It's essential to establish clear boundaries, communicating your needs and expectations with assertiveness and compassion. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you, those who celebrate your successes and support you through challenges. Remember, your worth is not defined by how others treat you, but by how you treat yourself. Embrace your inherent value and refuse to settle for relationships that diminish your spirit. Seek out connections that nourish your soul, where mutual respect, empathy, and growth are the foundations. As you navigate the complex landscape of human interactions, trust your intuition and the wisdom gained from experience. Be willing to let go of those who consistently drain your energy and erode your self-esteem. Instead, invest in relationships that inspire you to be your best self, where love, respect, and authenticity are the guiding lights. In a world where genuine connections are precious gems, it's crucial to be discerning in who you allow into your inner circle. By recognizing the 10 attitudes of those who don't truly care, you empower yourself to create a life surrounded by individuals who value and cherish you for who you are. So, dear viewer, embrace your worth, set healthy boundaries, and cultivate relationships that uplift your spirit. Remember, you are deserving of love, respect, and genuine connection. Don't settle for anything less.
Here are 12 habits that will make you silently magnetic, the kind of person others are naturally drawn to without even knowing why. Imagine walking into a room and commanding attention, not because you're loud, flashy, or over the top, but because your energy speaks volumes. These habits aren't about tricks or manipulation. They're rooted in timeless wisdom, principles used by the Stoics to cultivate strength, integrity, and influence. But here's the twist. Most people think attraction is about what you say or how you look. It's not. It's about who you are when no one's watching. Mastering these habits will not only change how others see you, but also how you see yourself. By the end of this video, you'll understand why quiet confidence is more powerful than loud charisma, and how small, consistent actions can create a presence that's impossible to ignore. Ready to unlock the power of silent attraction? Let's dive in. 1. Master emotional control. Imagine this. You're sitting in a meeting at work, and someone challenges your idea, rudely, even dismissively. Your pulse quickens, your face feels hot, and you're tempted to fire back. But instead, you pause, take a breath, and respond calmly, even thoughtfully. That's mastery over emotional control, and it's a skill that changes everything. The Stoics taught us that our emotions, while natural, should never control us. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world is full of provocations, some intentional, others accidental. but how we respond is entirely up to us. When you master emotional control, you become a pillar of stability in a chaotic world. People are naturally drawn to those who don't flinch in the face of adversity, who can weather storms without becoming a storm themselves. It's not about suppressing your feelings, it's about acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. Think about someone you admire for their composure. They radiate an unshakable confidence, don't they? That's because emotional control signals strength. It shows you're grounded, self-assured, and dependable. And in a world starved for stability, those qualities make you magnetic. Mastering yourself is step one to mastering life. 2. Listen with intent. Picture this. You're having a conversation, and the other person isn't just waiting for their turn to talk. They're truly listening, nodding, making eye contact, asking thoughtful questions. How does that make you feel? Valued, seen, understood. Now imagine being that person for someone else. The Stoics, especially Epictetus, emphasized the importance of listening. He said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening with intent is not just a skill, it's a gift. It's how you tell others, without words, that they matter. When you truly listen, people feel an unspoken connection with you. They open up, trust grows, and relationships deepen. And here's the thing, it's rare. Most people are too consumed with their own thoughts to really hear someone else. By doing the opposite, you silently set yourself apart. Start small. In your next conversation, put down your phone. Look the person in the eye. Resist the urge to interrupt. It's not just about understanding their words, it's about hearing their heart. Over time, this habit not only strengthens your relationships, but also makes you a person others naturally gravitate toward. 3. Be consistent in your values. Imagine a friend who always keeps their word. When they promise to show up, they do. When they commit to something, they follow through. Doesn't that kind of reliability make them stand out in a world where flakiness is the norm? The Stoics believed that living consistently with your values is the essence of a good life. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In other words, integrity comes from within, not from external circumstances. It's about staying true to your principles, no matter the cost. When you're consistent in your values, people trust you. They know where you stand and what you stand for. You become a person of substance, someone who doesn't sway with the wind of public opinion or convenience. And trust, once earned, is a powerful form of silent attraction. Take stock of your values. Are you living in alignment with them? If not, adjust your actions. Consistency doesn't require perfection, it requires commitment. Over time, this habit not only builds your character, but also draws others to you in ways you can't force or fake. 4. Speak less, act more. Think about the people you admire most. Are they the ones who talk endlessly about their goals and ambitions, or are they the ones who quietly achieve them? Actions, as the saying goes, speak louder than words, and this truth is timeless. The Stoics lived by this principle. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Talking is easy, doing is hard, but it's in the doing that you earn respect and admiration. People are drawn to those who let their actions speak for themselves. Consider this. If you consistently show up for others, keep your commitments, and follow through on your promises, you won't need to tell people who you are. They'll already know. In a world of empty words, your deeds become a beacon of authenticity. Challenge yourself to say less and do more. When tempted to boast or justify, pause. Let your actions reveal your character. Over time, this silent strength not only builds your credibility, but also attracts people who value substance over style. It's not about being flashy. It's about being real, and that's magnetic. 5. Exude gratitude. Imagine you're walking down the street and a stranger holds the door open for you. Instead of rushing past, you pause, smile and say, "Thank you." That small moment of gratitude not only lifts your mood, but also leaves a positive impression on the other person. Now imagine living every day with that mindset. The Stoics emphasized gratitude as a cornerstone of a fulfilling life. Seneca wrote, "It is not happiness that makes us grateful, but gratefulness that makes us happy." Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant, and this shift has a profound effect, not just on you, but on everyone around you. When you practice gratitude, it shows in your demeanor. You radiate warmth, appreciation, and contentment. People are naturally drawn to that energy because it feels good to be around someone who recognizes the beauty in life, even in the small things. Start by acknowledging the little blessings. Write them down, say them out loud, or simply reflect on them during quiet moments. Over time, this habit rewires your mind to see opportunities instead of obstacles. And as you exude gratitude, you'll find that others are silently drawn to your uplifting presence. 6. Maintain your composure. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic and cars are honking all around you. Some drivers are yelling out their windows while others are banging their steering wheels. But there you sit, calm, unbothered, perhaps even humming along to your favorite song. That's composure in action. The Stoics believe that composure is the hallmark of true strength. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The world will test you with challenges, delays, and irritations, but your reaction is entirely within your control. When you maintain your composure, you signal to others that you're grounded and resilient. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but rather mastering them. In a world where many people are quick to anger or panic, your calmness becomes a rare and attractive quality. Practice composure in small moments, a rude comment, a delayed appointment, or a minor setback. Each time you remain steady, you're building the muscle of self-control. Over time, this quiet strength will not only improve your life, but also draw others who admire your unshakable demeanor. 7. Develop deep self-awareness. Think back to a time when you overreacted. Maybe you snapped at someone, only to realize later that it wasn't really about them, but about something you were struggling with internally. That realization is self-awareness, and it's a skill that transforms how you interact with the world. The Stoics urged self-awareness as a lifelong practice. Epictetus said, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Understanding your thoughts, emotions, and triggers allows you to navigate life with clarity and purpose. Without this awareness, you're at the mercy of your impulses. When you develop deep self-awareness, you exude a quiet confidence. You understand your strengths and weaknesses, and you don't need external validation to feel secure. This authenticity is magnetic because it shows you're comfortable in your own skin. Cultivate self-awareness by reflecting daily, through journaling, meditation, or simply asking yourself, why did I react that way? Over time, this habit will help you grow emotionally and mentally. And as you deepen your understanding of yourself, you'll notice that others are naturally drawn to your genuine and grounded presence. 8. Live with purpose. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of direction. Your actions feel meaningful, and your time is spent on what truly matters. Now contrast that with drifting aimlessly, letting distractions dictate your days. The difference? Purpose. The Stoics placed immense value on living with intention. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct every thought and impulse are wasting their time, even when hard at work." Purpose is the anchor that keeps you steady amidst life's chaos. When you live with purpose, it shows. People notice your focus, your drive, and your ability to prioritize what's meaningful over what's trivial. This quiet determination is irresistibly attractive because it's rare in a world filled with distractions. To cultivate purpose, reflect on your values and long-term goals. Ask yourself, what do I want my life to stand for? Then align your actions with your answers. Living with purpose not only enriches your life, but also inspires others to find and follow their own path. 9. Respect everyone. Expect nothing. Picture this: you hold the door open for someone, and they walk through without even a glance of acknowledgement. Most people would feel slighted, but what if you didn't? What if your act of kindness wasn't dependent on their response? That's true respect. Epictetus advised, "Do not expect events to turn out the way you want, but welcome events in whichever way they happen." When you respect others without demanding anything in return, you demonstrate strength of character. Respect given freely, without expectation, comes from a place of abundance. This habit is magnetic because it's so uncommon. Most people operate on a give-and-take basis. By breaking that pattern, you stand out as someone who values others for who they are, not for what they can do for you. Start by practicing small acts of kindness without seeking recognition. Smile at a stranger, lend a hand, or offer a kind word. Over time, you'll notice that this quiet respect not only makes others feel valued, but also makes you someone they respect in return. 10. Focus on your growth. Imagine watching someone dedicate themselves to learning a new skill, improving their health, or overcoming a personal challenge. It's inspiring, isn't it? Growth is contagious. It motivates others and makes them want to be around you. The Stoics believed in constant self-improvement. Seneca said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Growth isn't about perfection. It's about progress. When you focus on bettering yourself, you silently communicate that you value your potential. Personal growth also creates a sense of quiet confidence. You don't need to brag about your achievements because they're evident in how you carry yourself. People are naturally drawn to someone who is on a journey of self-betterment. Identify one area of your life you'd like to improve: your health, your skills, or your mindset. Commit to small, consistent steps. As you grow, you'll not only enhance your own life, but also inspire and attract others who recognize and admire your dedication. 11. Hold strong boundaries. Picture someone who always says yes to every request, even when it's inconvenient or goes against their priorities. Over time, they become overwhelmed and resentful. Now imagine someone who can say no with kindness but firmness. Which one do you respect more? The Stoics understood the value of boundaries. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Boundaries are not walls. They're guidelines that protect your time, energy, and values. When you set and enforce them, you show others that you respect yourself. Holding strong boundaries makes you magnetic because it communicates self-worth. People are drawn to those who know their limits and prioritize what truly matters. It's not about being rigid, it's about being intentional. Practice saying no when something doesn't align with your priorities. Do it respectfully, but confidently. Over time, you'll notice that others respect you more, and you'll have more energy to invest in what's truly important. 12. Radiate calm confidence. Think of someone who enters a room without rushing, without fidgeting, and without needing to be the center of attention. They're not loud, but their presence is felt. That's calm confidence, and it's one of the most attractive qualities you can cultivate. The Stoics believed that true confidence comes from within. Epictetus taught, "He who is not a slave to external circumstances is truly free." When your sense of self isn't dependent on others' opinions or external achievements, you exude an unshakable calm. This kind of confidence isn't about arrogance or bravado. It's about being secure in who you are. People are drawn to this because it creates a sense of safety and trust. To radiate calm confidence, start by grounding yourself in your values and achievements. Practice mindfulness to stay present and composed. Over time, this inner strength will become a natural part of how you carry yourself. And as you move through life with quiet assurance, you'll notice others are drawn to your presence without you needing to say a word. Mastering these 12 habits isn't just about attracting others, it's about becoming the best version of yourself. As the Stoics teach, true power lies within, and when you cultivate these habits, you radiate strength, authenticity, and calm confidence. People can't help but be drawn to that. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which habit resonated with you the most? Do you already practice some of these, or is there one you're excited to start working on? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every single one and would love to hear your perspective. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people who can benefit from this wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos that unlock ancient wisdom for modern life. Share this video with someone who might need a little inspiration today. Thank you for watching, and remember, greatness is built in silence, one habit at a time. See you in the next video.
Have you ever felt like an afterthought in someone's life, despite your best efforts to be a priority? It's a frustrating experience to pour your heart into relationships, only to find that your presence is undervalued. Whether it's with friends, family, or a partner, being overlooked can leave you feeling disheartened and questioning your self-worth. But what if there were strategies to change this dynamic, ensuring that you become a top priority in the lives of those you care about? In this guide, we will explore 18 powerful psychological strategies, enhanced with vivid examples and anecdotes, to help you transform your relationships and make others appreciate your true value. From cultivating mystery to showing empathy, each step is designed to elevate your significance in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to more fulfilling and balanced connections. Let's dive into these transformative techniques and revolutionize the way you're perceived and prioritized by those around you. A T1. Be positive and optimistic. Maintaining a positive attitude can have a profound impact on how others perceive you. Imagine being around someone who always sees the silver lining in every situation. Their optimism can be infectious, making you feel more hopeful and enthusiastic about life. For instance, consider Jane, who always had a smile on her face and a kind word to say. Even during stressful times at work, she remained upbeat, encouraging her colleagues and helping them see the brighter side of things. Her positive energy made her a magnet for others, who sought her company for a boost of morale. By being a source of optimism, you not only improve your own outlook, but also become a person others want to be around, making you a priority in their lives. 2. Allow them to invest in you. Letting others invest time and effort in you creates a sense of commitment and value. Think of how a gardener feels about the plants they've nurtured from seeds. The more they care for them, the more attached they become. Similarly, when people invest their time, energy, or resources into you, they begin to see you as a significant part of their lives. For example, if a friend consistently helps you with a project or spends time teaching you a new skill, they're more likely to value your relationship deeply. This investment builds a stronger bond and ensures you hold a priority position in their lives. 3. Maintain some mystery. Keeping an air of mystery can be incredibly captivating. People are naturally drawn to the unknown, much like a moth to a flame. Consider the allure of a good mystery novel that keeps you turning pages late into the night. In relationships, revealing everything about yourself too quickly can diminish the excitement. Instead, drop hints about your interests and leave some stories for later. For example, if you're passionate about a unique hobby like underwater photography, mention your latest dive, but save the details for another conversation. This approach keeps others intrigued and eager to learn more about you, ensuring you remain a priority in their thoughts. 4. Encourage their growth. Supporting someone's personal and professional growth can solidify your importance in their life. Think of a mentor who not only teaches but also inspires their mentee to reach new heights. For instance, if your partner's aiming for a promotion at work, help them prepare for their interviews, celebrate their small victories, and offer constructive feedback. When you show genuine interest in their progress and encourage their aspirations, you demonstrate that you care deeply about their future. This kind of support fosters a strong emotional connection, making you an invaluable part of their life and someone they prioritize. 5. Stop initiating communication all the time. Taking a step back from always being the one to initiate communication can shift the dynamics in your favor. When you're always the first to call or text, it can create an imbalance where the other person may start taking you for granted. Consider Sarah, who decided to stop texting her friend first for a week. Initially, she feared the silence, but soon her friend reached out, realizing how much they missed their conversations. By allowing others the space to initiate contact, you create a sense of mutual effort and appreciation. This not only balances the relationship, but also makes you a priority in their life, as they actively seek your presence. 6. Express appreciation and gratitude. Regularly expressing appreciation and gratitude can significantly strengthen relationships. Imagine the joy of receiving a heartfelt thank you note from a friend for simply being there. This small act of recognition can make you feel valued and cherished. For instance, if your colleague stays late to help you with a project, take a moment to express your gratitude sincerely. Tell them how much their support means to you and how it made a difference. Such gestures of appreciation build positive feelings and reinforce the bond between you, ensuring that you become someone they hold in high regard and prioritize in their life. 7. Respect their boundaries. Understanding and respecting personal boundaries is crucial in any relationship. Imagine a neighbor who constantly drops by unannounced versus one who respects your space and checks if it's a good time before visiting. The latter is more likely to be appreciated and valued. For example, if a friend seems overwhelmed with their workload, give them space instead of insisting on plans. Let them know you understand and are there for them when they're ready. This respect for their boundaries shows maturity and consideration, fostering a deeper trust. As a result, they will prioritize your relationship, knowing that you value their personal space and needs. 8. Create the fear of losing you. Creating the fear of losing you can make others realize your value. It's a powerful psychological technique, but it must be used wisely. Consider John, who felt taken for granted by his friends. He decided to become less available, focusing on his own hobbies and spending time with new people. His friends soon noticed his absence and began to reach out more, realizing how much they missed his presence. By stepping back slightly and investing time elsewhere, you can create a sense of urgency and appreciation. This technique, when balanced well, ensures that others recognize your importance and prioritize you in their lives. 9. Be a good listener. Being an attentive listener can significantly enhance your relationships. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone who listens intently, asks thoughtful questions, and offers empathetic responses. This kind of interaction makes you feel heard and valued. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, give them your full attention. Put away distractions, listen to their concerns, and acknowledge their feelings. Your genuine interest and understanding can make a profound impact. By being a good listener, you demonstrate that you value their experiences and emotions, which in turn makes you a priority in their life as they seek your supportive presence. 10. Avoid being always available. Being too available can sometimes lead to being taken for granted. Think of a restaurant that's always open versus one with limited exclusive hours. The latter often feels more special and valued. For example, if you're always ready to drop everything for a friend, they might start expecting it rather than appreciating it. Instead, balance your availability. Let them know you have other commitments and interests. This not only shows that you value your time, but also makes them value the moments you do spend together. By not always being available, you enhance the quality of your interactions and ensure you're seen as a priority, not just a convenience. 11. Develop shared interests. Engaging in activities or hobbies that both you and the other person enjoy can significantly strengthen your bond. Imagine two friends who bond over their love for hiking. They plan trips together, share experiences, and create lasting memories on the trails. These shared interests deepen their connection and ensure they prioritize spending time together. For example, if your partner loves cooking, take a cooking class together. This shared activity not only brings you closer, but also creates opportunities for quality time. Developing shared interests fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment, making you an integral part of their life. 12. Show consistency. Being dependable and consistent in your actions builds trust and reinforces your importance in someone's life. Think of a colleague who is always on time, meets deadlines, and follows through on commitments. Their reliability makes them invaluable to the team. For example, if you promise to help a friend move, ensure you show up as agreed. Consistency in your behavior shows that you are trustworthy and dependable. This reliability strengthens your relationships, making others more likely to prioritize you because they know they can count on you in both good times and bad. 13. Prioritize your needs. Focusing on your own needs ensures that you don't settle for less than you deserve. Think of someone who always puts others first, often feeling drained and unappreciated. By prioritizing your own needs, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. For example, if you know someone won't respect your time, limit your interactions with them. Surround yourself with people who see you as a priority. This self-respect not only enhances your well-being, but also signals to others that you value yourself. In turn, they are more likely to treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 14. Create your own happiness. Being self-sufficient and not depending on others for happiness can make you more attractive and balanced. Consider someone who pursues their passions, enjoys their own company, and finds joy in their achievements. Their independence and contentment make them appealing to others. For instance, if you love painting, dedicate time to your art and let it be a source of happiness. When you create your own happiness, you appear more balanced and self-assured. This not only enhances your overall well-being, but also makes you more attractive to others who see you as someone who doesn't rely on them for fulfillment. 15. Show empathy and compassion. Being empathetic and compassionate towards others' struggles and emotions fosters deep connections. Imagine a friend who always understands and supports you during tough times. Their empathy makes you feel valued and loved. For example, if a colleague is going through a rough patch, offer a listening ear and comforting words. Show that you understand their feelings and are there for them. This kind of emotional support builds strong, lasting bonds. By being empathetic and compassionate, you become someone others turn to in times of need, making you a priority in their lives as they appreciate your genuine care and understanding. 16. Don't make them the center of your life. Maintaining a distance and not making someone the center of your life can increase your value. Think of someone who's always available and revolves their life around others. They might be appreciated, but not necessarily prioritized. For example, if you have a friend who often takes your availability for granted, start focusing on your own activities and interests. This creates a healthy balance and makes them realize your value. People are often attracted to things they can't have easily. By not making them the center of your life, you increase your allure and importance in their eyes. 17. Be willing to walk away. Being willing to walk away from someone who doesn't treat you well demonstrates self-respect and determination. Imagine a scenario where you're in a relationship that doesn't fulfill you, but you stay out of fear of being alone. By showing that you're not afraid to walk away, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and won't settle for less. For example, if a friend constantly disrespects your boundaries, let them know you're willing to end the friendship if things don't change. This stance often makes people reconsider their behavior. Knowing you're willing to walk away ensures that others treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 18. Be supportive and understanding. Showing genuine interest in others' concerns and offering support during difficult times can make you indispensable. Think of a friend who always listens without judgment and offers helpful advice. Their support is invaluable. For example, if your partner is stressed about work, take the time to listen and provide comfort without immediately jumping to solutions. This understanding approach shows that you care deeply about their well-being. Being supportive and understanding strengthens your relationships and makes others prioritize you, as they see you as a reliable source of comfort and support during challenging times. In conclusion, becoming a priority in someone's life is not about manipulation or changing who you are, but about understanding the dynamics of relationships and enhancing your interactions. By implementing these 18 powerful psychological strategies, you can shift the balance and ensure that you are valued and appreciated. Whether it's maintaining a positive outlook, allowing others to invest in you, or showing empathy and understanding, each technique contributes to building stronger, more meaningful connections. Remember, the key is to prioritize yourself first. When you respect and value your own needs, others will naturally follow suit. By fostering mutual respect, appreciation, and understanding, you create a foundation for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. These strategies are not just about being seen as a priority, but about cultivating genuine connections where both parties feel valued and important. As you incorporate these steps into your daily life, you will notice a transformation in how others perceive and prioritize you. Embrace these changes with confidence and watch as your relationships flourish, bringing you the recognition and respect you truly deserve. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more of our content to continue your journey towards stronger, more rewarding relationships.
Today, we are setting out to understand anger, a force that often disrupts our peace and clarity. Anger is not an enemy to be feared, but a natural response that can either consume us or be transformed into something constructive. Stoicism teaches us that our emotions, while natural, need not dictate our actions or cloud our judgment. Instead, we can learn to approach anger with wisdom, using it to uncover deeper truths about ourselves. In this session, we'll explore how to meet anger with patience, understanding, and, ultimately, self-mastery. We'll look at practical ways to transform anger into clarity and frustration into insight, allowing us to engage with life's challenges from a place of inner calm and resilience. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from within, and that a truly powerful individual is one who masters themselves, not others. As we go through these principles, I invite you to reflect on how each can guide you toward a more peaceful, fulfilling life. 1. See anger as a signal, not a solution. I've learned that anger often points us towards something deeper, like an unmet need, a boundary crossed, or even a fear lurking beneath the surface. For example, if I'm frustrated with a friend who's consistently late, my anger isn't necessarily about the wait. It's often about feeling disrespected or undervalued. Recognizing this underlying reason helps me to separate the situation from my reaction. Instead of seeing anger as a call to react immediately, I can view it as a reminder to address my needs in a constructive way. This perspective shift takes practice. When I feel anger rise, I pause and ask myself, what is this really about? This simple question can transform anger from a force that clouds judgment into a tool for self-discovery. It encourages me to dig deeper and confront the root issue. Maybe I need to set clearer boundaries, communicate better, or work on my own insecurities. Viewing anger as a signal rather than a solution also makes interactions more productive. Instead of letting anger take control, I take responsibility for understanding and addressing my own needs. This practice has helped me maintain stronger, healthier relationships because I'm not constantly reacting to surface-level frustrations. Instead, I'm tackling the underlying issues, which leads to growth for everyone involved. It's about using anger as a catalyst for change, not as fuel for conflict. 2. Treat patience as a muscle to strengthen. I used to think patience was something you either had or didn't. But Stoic philosophy taught me that patience is a skill, like a muscle you can train and strengthen over time. Imagine waiting in a long line or dealing with traffic. Two situations that used to make me tense up. Instead of getting frustrated, I now see these as little patience workouts. Each time I choose to stay calm, it's like doing a mental rep that builds my patience for bigger challenges. To practice, I start by focusing on my breathing when frustration builds. I'll count each inhale and exhale, letting my mind settle. I might also use the moment to think of something I'm grateful for. For example, if I'm stuck in traffic, I remind myself how lucky I am to have a reliable car or to be heading home to loved ones. It sounds simple, but this shift in focus helps me turn what would have been a stressful moment into a peaceful one. Over time, these small exercises add up, and I've noticed I'm much more patient in situations that used to frustrate me. Whether it's handling delays or managing people who test my limits, patience has become a skill I can lean on. Treating patience as something I can improve has been a game changer, and it's helped me approach life with more ease and resilience. 3. Recognize what's within your control. One of the most transformative Stoic principles is the idea of control. There's so much in life we have zero power over, from other people's behavior to unexpected events. This used to frustrate me endlessly because I felt like things were happening to me. But Stoicism teaches us to focus only on what we can control: our actions, our responses, and our mindset. For instance, if someone acts rudely, it's tempting to take it personally and react in kind. but recognizing that I can't control their behavior, only my response, gives me a new sense of freedom. Instead of feeling like a victim to their actions, I focus on how I choose to react. This shift has been incredibly empowering. I no longer waste energy trying to change things that are beyond my control. Instead, I invest that energy into areas where I can make a real difference, like my own thoughts and behaviors. I also apply this to broader life situations. If a project at work doesn't go as planned, or a trip gets cancelled, I remind myself that while I can't change these outcomes, I can control how I react. Maybe I use that extra time to pursue a hobby or spend time with family. This mindset shift has made my life much more peaceful because I'm no longer fighting against the inevitable. Instead, I'm focusing on what's within my reach. 4. Use mindfulness to catch yourself early. Mindfulness has been a game changer for me when it comes to managing anger. It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment, especially when something triggers us unexpectedly. But practicing mindfulness, staying aware of my thoughts and feelings in real time, has helped me catch anger early before it spirals out of control. When I feel that initial surge of frustration, I take a deep breath and focus on the sensation of breathing. This simple act brings me back to the present and creates a little mental pause. In that space, I can decide whether the situation really warrants a big reaction or if it's something I can let go of. Often I find that this quick pause is enough to see things more clearly. For example, if I get a frustrating email, I no longer fire off a response right away. I breathe, let the initial reaction settle, and come back to it when I'm calm. This practice of mindfulness has saved me from saying or doing things I'd regret. Over time, I've become better at recognizing anger as it arises, allowing me to control it rather than let it control me. Mindfulness isn't a cure-all, but it's a powerful tool. It gives me the space to choose my response consciously, rather than being driven by emotion. The more I practice, the more natural it becomes, helping me stay grounded in the moments that matter most. 5. Turn anger into curiosity. I used to see anger as something to suppress or avoid, but Stoicism introduced me to a different approach, turning anger into curiosity. Instead of reacting right away, I now try to ask myself, why does this bother me? This question shifts my focus from the external trigger to my internal response, helping me understand the deeper reasons behind my anger. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment, my immediate reaction might be to feel defensive. But instead of snapping back, I pause and ask, what's really going on here? Sometimes I realize the comment triggered an insecurity of mine, or maybe I'm just tired and more sensitive. This insight doesn't excuse rude behavior, but it helps me respond thoughtfully instead of react impulsively. Curiosity also allows me to see the other person's perspective. Maybe they're dealing with their own issues or didn't mean to come across the way they did. By approaching anger with curiosity, I turn potentially tense moments into opportunities for growth and understanding. This approach has not only helped me manage my anger, but has also deepened my empathy and improved my relationships. 6. Practice empathy toward others' flaws. It's easy to get frustrated with others when they mess up or don't meet our expectations. But Stoicism reminds me to see these moments as opportunities to practice empathy. For instance, if someone makes a mistake at work or acts rudely, I try to consider what they might be going through. Maybe they're stressed, dealing with personal issues, or simply had a rough day. Instead of reacting with anger, I remind myself that they're human too, just like me. This shift from judgment to empathy has helped me stay calm and respond with compassion rather than frustration. It doesn't mean excusing poor behavior. It just means choosing understanding over anger. This mindset has not only made me more patient, but also improved my relationships, as people feel more comfortable around someone who sees their flaws with kindness. 7. Forgive to find freedom. Forgiveness used to feel like letting someone off the hook, but Stoicism has taught me that forgiveness is really about freeing myself. When I hold on to anger, I'm carrying that burden around with me, replaying events that only weigh me down. But when I choose to forgive, I'm not saying the hurtful behavior was okay. I'm simply releasing its hold over my peace of mind. One way I practice forgiveness is by reminding myself, I release this because it no longer serves me. Saying this out loud or in my mind gives me a sense of closure. Over time, I've noticed that forgiveness isn't about the other person at all. It's about choosing peace for myself. And when I let go of anger, I make space for more positive emotions, like compassion and joy. 8. Embrace the impermanence of feelings. One powerful Stoic insight is the recognition that everything, our anger, happiness, even challenges, is temporary. This concept has helped me immensely, especially during tough times. When I feel overwhelmed by anger, I remind myself, this, too, shall pass. Knowing that emotions are fleeting helps me ride out the storm without making impulsive decisions I might later regret. It's like watching waves crash on the shore. They come and go, but they don't stay. Realizing that anger is just a passing wave gives me the patience to let it flow without getting swept away. This practice helps me avoid saying or doing things I'll regret, all because I know the feeling is temporary. 9. Stop expecting others to understand. Sometimes my frustration stems from expecting others to get me, to understand my point of view. But not everyone will, and that's okay. When I let go of the need for others to fully understand or validate my feelings, I feel lighter and more at peace. I remind myself that my inner peace isn't dependent on others' opinions or approval. This doesn't mean I stop expressing myself, but I'm no longer waiting for a specific reaction. By releasing the expectation that others should see things my way, I feel less frustration and more acceptance, creating space for calm and mutual respect in my interactions. 10. Reflect on past anger to build future resilience. Reflecting on past moments when I let anger take over has been invaluable. I'll look back and ask myself, what could I have done differently? Did my reaction help or hurt the situation? This isn't about self-blame. It's about learning and growing so I can handle similar situations better in the future. Each reflection builds my resilience, helping me recognize patterns and improve my responses over time. By understanding how I handled past situations, I prepare myself to respond more calmly and constructively when anger inevitably comes up again. This process has helped me develop greater emotional strength and wisdom over time. Thank you for joining me on this journey to understand anger through a Stoic lens. Remember, Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions, but about mastering our responses to them. Anger, like any emotion, is fleeting and doesn't have to define us. When we choose patience over impulse, we gain true freedom, the power to shape our own actions and find peace within, regardless of external circumstances. If these Stoic principles resonate with you and you're eager to cultivate more resilience and calm in your life, please give this video a like and consider subscribing to the channel. Together, we can continue exploring insights that bring us closer to inner strength and wisdom. And if you have your own thoughts or stories on managing anger, drop them in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Let's keep building a community centered on growth and wisdom. Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end, you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But 1 week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity, noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating 1 or 2 into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome. Most people avoid directly telling you they dislike you, instead hiding behind polite gestures and surface-level friendliness. They might appear supportive, but subtle actions often reveal the truth. Recognizing these signs early allows you to protect your energy and prioritize relationships that genuinely bring value to your life. Here are 10 signs that someone may be harboring hidden resentment toward you, with personal examples for relatability. First sign: they disappear when you need support. You know the saying, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Well, some people seem to disappear the moment you actually need them. I remember a time when I was going through a really tough breakup. I reached out to a friend I thought would be there, but every call went to voicemail. Every text got a short "busy right now" response. Meanwhile, I'd see them active on social media, posting about weekend adventures. It hit hard because I had been there for this friend through their dark times, and seeing that they couldn't do the same made me realize something. Real friends don't vanish when the going gets tough. If someone only sticks around for the good times, it's a sign they might not genuinely care about you. You deserve people who show up when it matters most, even if it's just a call to check in. Second sign: subtle exclusion from plans. Have you ever scrolled through your social media feed only to find out your friends had a blast without you? I remember checking Instagram one Saturday night and seeing pictures of my friend group at this amazing concert I would have loved to go to, only no one had told me about it. When I brought it up casually later, they all acted surprised, saying, "Oh, we thought you were busy," or "It was so last minute." It stung because, deep down, I knew that if they'd really wanted me there, they would have asked. Real friends make sure you know about plans. When people repeatedly leave you out, it's often a subtle, passive way of saying they don't value your presence. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but accepting it can help you redirect your energy to people who genuinely want you around. Third sign: their jokes are always at your expense. Light-hearted teasing is one thing, but when someone's jokes consistently poke fun at your insecurities or flaws, it's a red flag. I used to laugh along with a friend who'd constantly make jokes about my quirky work habits or the way I'd dress, thinking it was harmless. But over time, those jokes started chipping away at my confidence. I'd second-guess what I wore or feel self-conscious about speaking up at work. If someone's jokes leave you feeling small or hurt, it's often a way of masking deeper resentment or disrespect. A real friend doesn't need to mock your quirks to have a laugh. They support you as you are. Learning to say, "That's not funny to me," and setting boundaries with so-called jokes can make a huge difference in how you see yourself and how others treat you. Fourth sign: they avoid physical contact. Have you ever gone to give someone a high five, a hug, or even just a casual touch on the shoulder, only for them to pull away like you're contagious? I had a colleague who was warm and friendly with everyone else, but every time I'd offer a simple handshake or friendly pat, they'd awkwardly sidestep it. At first I thought maybe they just weren't a touchy person, but seeing them be tactile with everyone else was a bit of an eye-opener. Physical contact is a basic human connection, so when someone goes out of their way to avoid it with you, they're communicating a level of discomfort or distance. It might be hard to admit, but paying attention to these subtle cues can save you from investing in relationships where the other person isn't fully on board. Tranquil. Fifth sign: they give backhanded compliments. Have you ever received a compliment that didn't feel good at all? Once, after pouring my heart into a work project, a colleague looked at me and said, "Wow, that turned out surprisingly well for you." It was one of those compliments that left me feeling confused and a little bruised. It took me a while to realize that they weren't genuinely happy for me. They were subtly putting me down. These backhanded compliments are often hidden attempts to keep you questioning your abilities. If a friend's compliments leave you feeling small, it's time to call it out, or, at the very least, recognize that their words have more to do with their insecurities than your worth. 6th sign. They avoid making eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most basic yet powerful ways we connect with each other. I had a friend who, after a small disagreement, started looking everywhere but at me during conversations. They'd glance at their phone, look at the wall, anywhere but my eyes. It made everything feel awkward and distant. When someone consistently avoids eye contact, it's often because they're uncomfortable or hiding something. I learned that rather than ignoring these signs, it's best to address them. If you're sensing that someone feels uneasy around you, bring it up gently. It might clear the air or help you realize they're not worth the emotional energy. Seventh sign. They're busy, only when it comes to you. Have you ever had a friend who's always busy when you try to make plans, but somehow has time for everyone else? I tried reconnecting with an old friend, only to be met with excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, I'd see them hanging out with mutual friends. It's hard to admit, but the truth is, if someone really wants to spend time with you, they'll find a way. I learned that it wasn't about their schedule. It was about their priorities. Real friends don't keep you on the back burner. They make time for you because they want you in their life. So if someone is constantly busy just with you, it may be time to stop chasing after them. 8th sign. They gossip about you behind your back. Gossip can be incredibly painful, especially when it comes from someone you trusted. I once confided in a friend about a personal issue, only to hear a distorted version of my story come back to me from mutual friends. When I confronted them, they acted like it was no big deal. But gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal that erodes trust. True friends respect your privacy and protect your reputation. I learned that if someone is eager to share your personal matters with others, they're showing you they're not worthy of your trust. Surround yourself with people who honor the trust you place in them. Ninth sign. They regularly undermine your opinions. When someone constantly shoots down your ideas or always corrects your opinions, they're subtly showing they don't value your perspective. I remember sharing my opinion in a group setting, only for one person to jump in with, well, actually, every time. It wasn't that they disagreed, it was that they seemed determined to undermine me. It felt like they enjoyed making me second-guess myself. Real friends don't need to assert dominance over you. They respect your opinions even when they differ. When you notice this pattern, remind yourself that your voice matters and don't let someone else diminish it. 10th sign. They're polite but distant. Have you ever met someone who's always polite but never genuinely warm? I once worked with someone who was nice on the surface, but the conversations never went deeper than, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd never ask about my interests, my life, or anything personal, and after a while, it felt like I was talking to a wall. Sometimes politeness can be a mask, a way for someone to keep you at a comfortable distance without building any real connection. When someone feels polite but distant, they're showing they're not interested in forming a meaningful bond. It's okay to let go and focus on people who genuinely want to know you beyond the surface. Recognizing these signs isn't always easy, especially when you want to see the best in people, but taking a step back and observing how others treat you allows you to invest your energy in relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us that self-respect and emotional peace are worth more than maintaining connections with those who don't value us. By paying attention to these signs, you can create space for people who genuinely support, celebrate, and uplift you, enriching your life in ways that truly matter.